Chapter 1372. These highnesses had been working hard for the Moon Empress, and she would inevitably owe them favors. It was not easy to return favors from highnesses. Just as Mystic Moon was thinking of ways to stabilize these highnesses without revealing the Moon Empress situation, Iron Prison, who was sitting beside Cicada Cry, stood up and said, "In another month, it will be the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In another month, it will be the Radiance 100 sequence selection. In less than a month, the Azure Federation's envoys and the Freedom Federation's envoys will arrive in Radiance. It's not suitable for all of you to go out at this time. The Sea Race's matter has not been resolved. The Imperial Mermaids have publicly acknowledged that they tore up the Radiance Sea Treaty and trampled on Radiance's dignity. I propose to completely eliminate the Imperial Mermaids and mermaids." Mystic Moon had never liked Iron Prison, but he felt that his words were very pleasing to the ear. If the other highnesses listened to Cicada Cry, they would stay in Radiance before the Radiance 100 sequence. Once the Moon Empress came out of seclusion, this matter would be easily resolved. As soon as Iron Prison finished speaking, Cicada Cry could not help but rub his temples and think to himself. The logic was right, but he definitely could not say it like that. Iron Prison was really a blockhead to actually do something that offended others. The atmosphere was so depressing now, and if Iron Prison said this, wouldn't he become the punching bag for others? Fortunately, Ji Chongdeng was not around. If Ji Chongdeng was here, he would probably start a fight with Iron Prison. Sure enough, as soon as Iron Prison finished speaking, Night Leaning Moon slammed her hand on the table and said, "Why do all the highnesses need to be present for the Radiance 100 sequence selection and 2 Federation envoys? I will hand over all the Spirit Guards matters to my left and right officials to handle. Tomorrow, I will head to the Radiance Moon Palace to stay. When Sighing Moon comes out of seclusion, ask her about her situation, and I will bring her out to look for opportunities." Mystic Moon was a little unhappy when he heard Night Leaning Moon's words. The Moon Empress is in seclusion. Who allowed you to stay in the Radiance Moon Palace? At the same time, Night Leaning Moon's words made Mystic Moon heave a sigh of relief. If Night Leaning Moon could stay in the Radiance Moon Palace until the Moon Empress came out of seclusion, it would be equivalent to stabilizing the most troublesome Night Leaning Moon. Before Mystic Moon could heave a sigh of relief, the Bamboo Monarch spoke again. "The new leaves of my Golden Silk Emperor bamboo have the effect of increasing one's lifespan. I can use the young leaves of the Golden Silk Emperor bamboo to make a spirit liquid with the heart of the bamboo. Before I leave, I will pass the concocted spirit liquid to Xianyu. The spirit liquid concocted from the Golden Thread Emperor Bamboo's bamboo leaves and bamboo heart can only be consumed 6 times by the Moon Empress before it becomes ineffective. 6 times should be able to increase the Moon Empress lifespan by at least 3 months. In addition to the Azure Winged Tiger's blood essence that Chef Supreme obtained from the Azure Federation, the Moon Empress can be assured for at least 4.5 years. Bamboo Monarch's words made Tianfeng frown. "Fu Wenju, your Class 5 Creation Master Dao is on the Golden Silk Emperor bamboo. It is fine if you took the Golden Silk Emperor bamboo's bamboo leaves, but if you took the bamboo core and damaged the Golden Silk Emperor bamboo's roots, wouldn't your Creation Master standard drop to the pinnacle of Class 4? Bamboo Monarch said firmly when he heard Tianfeng's words. "I owe the Moon Empress a favor, even if I use my life to repay it. The Moon Empress saving Xiangxiang is equivalent to saving my life." After speaking, Bamboo Monarch didn't say anything else. Bamboo Monarch's words made Tianfeng speechless for a moment. As a majesty, Bamboo Monarch understood the significance of a Class 5 Creation Master to the Radiance Federation. However, Bamboo Monarch didn't choose righteousness when it came to the Moon Empress lifespan. Instead, he chose personal relationships. It was just like how Bamboo Monarch chose Wang Fuxiang. After hearing Bamboo Monarch's words, Iron Prison stood up and ignored Cicada Ming, who was pulling his sleeve. He said coldly, "Bamboo Monarch, you really disappoint me. Be it the previous time or this time, you are very disqualified as a majesty. Forget it, my desolate bloodline Fae. The infernal turtle attained eternity not long ago and obtained an exclusive skill, Turtle Life Judgment. Turtle Life Judgment can transfer my lifespan to others in a converted manner. I will use my lifespan to exchange for you to stay in the Radiance Federation and for Bamboo Monarch to become a Class 5 Creation Master. After converting my lifespan, the Moon Empress can live for at least another 100 years. As long as I don't die, the Moon Empress can always live." After speaking, under everyone's gaze, Iron Prison sat back on his chair and tilted his head to look at Cicada Ming. Iron Prison's eyebrows, which were more than twice as thick as an ordinary person's, raised slightly as though he was asking Cicada Ming, "Why did you pull me just now?" Night Leaning Moon, Chef Supreme, Bamboo Monarch, Tian Feng, and the others looked at Iron Prison with a layer of respect. Iron Prison wasn't like Ji Changdeng, who loved the Moon Empress deeply, and was her bootlicker. Iron Prison and the Moon Empress were always at odds, or rather, Iron Prison didn't get along with any majesty during the Great Night Assembly. Iron Prison would only stick to his own thoughts, and was very stubborn. This made many majesties have opinions about Iron Prison. It could be said that Iron Prison's relationship with others was the worst among all the majesties. But now, Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, Night Leaning Moon, Tian Feng, and the others suddenly understood Iron Prison's heart. Iron Prison had just said that Bamboo Monarch was somewhat disqualified. Perhaps Iron Prison had always been in the proper category. Compared to Iron Prison, they were indeed not that competent. Xian Yu took a deep look at Tai Yu. Her opinion of Tai Yu had completely disappeared. Mystic Moon even had a good impression of Iron Prison. If Lin Yuan's longevity rat hadn't solved the Moon Empress predicament, perhaps Iron Prison would have been the Moon Empress path of redemption. Iron Prison's desolate bloodline Fae had judged that the Flaming Tortoise's strength had reached the Eternal Realm. Even Class 5 Creation Masters couldn't see through the Eternal Fae's exclusive skill. If Iron Prison didn't say it, it would be a secret that would never be known by outsiders. However, Iron Prison had revealed the Flaming Tortoise's exclusive skill for the so-called proper. Iron Prison's method was equivalent to using his own lifespan to exchange for the Moon Empress's lifespan. At this moment, Mystic Moon felt that Iron Prison was rather great. This greatness had nothing to do with strength, but Iron Prison's body had a radiance that Mystic Moon couldn't ignore. Just as everyone was immersed in their own thoughts, Iron Prison stood up and fired at Night Leaning Moon again. "I have been talking about the Moon Empress lifespan problem. Now, the problem has been solved. I want to mention that Night Leaning Moon made a move against the Imperial Mermaid race. In my opinion, she was too impulsive. I don't object to making a move against the Imperial Mermaid race, but before making a move, she should have at least discussed it in the Imperial Court Assembly. If the three of us had made a move together and summoned a celestial phenomenon to fight against the Imperial Mermaid race, the result would have been completely different. As long as we can severely injure the Imperial Mermaid race and kill most of their members, the Imperial Mermaid race will no longer be able to bring benefits to the Freedom Federation. The Freedom Federation's Du Miao wouldn't have intervened and summoned the sacred source life form, Boiling Platycodon. Iron Prison was still so radical that Cicada Cry couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 1373. This Iron Prison had just done something that left Night Leaning Moon with a good impression, and even caused her to feel deep respect for him. He immediately began to stir up trouble again. Shooting at Night Leaning Moon at this time Wasn't he just waiting to quarrel with her? Moreover, Iron Prison had thought of things too simply. Just as Cicada Cry was about to change the topic and give Iron Prison and Night Leaning Moon a way out, Night Leaning Moon stood up and bowed towards the Iron Prison as she spoke. Iron Prison, Night Leaning Moon, owe you a favor today. Whatever you want me to do in the future, just tell me. After Night Leaning Moon said these words to Iron Prison, her tone immediately changed. He slammed his hand on the table and said, "Do you think I don't have the ability to kill the members of the Imperial Mermaid Clan under the protection of you, Ao, the leader of the Imperial Mermaid Clan? My sacred source life form, the Dark Sky Prajna, is indeed my first contracted sacred source life form, but my second contracted sacred source life form, the Resurrection Lily Flower, is the strongest phenomenon I can currently conjure. You know how powerful the combination of the Dark Sky Prajna and the Permitha Scholar Flower is. I didn't use the sacred source life form, the Permitha Flower, to kill the members of the Imperial Mermaid Clan because I wanted to spare their lives. When the 8 clans of Ocean Empire gather in Radiance, we will resolve the Radiant Sea Treaty. Iron Prison, you should know that if I kill most of the members of the Imperial Mermaids and Mermaids Clan, we won't be in the right position in the negotiation. It's very likely that this will incite the Sea Folk to unite against a common enemy. Iron Prison, Night Leaning Moon, have been in charge of the spirit guards for decades. As Her Holiness Hui Yao, the entire Imperial Court meeting ended in Mystic Moon's dizziness. After stepping out of the Radiance Royal Court, Mystic Moon heaved a sigh of relief. He told the other majesties about what he had learned from Lin Yuan during the Imperial Court Council. It also stabilized the other High Holiness and allowed them to wait for the Moon Empress to come out of seclusion. He hadn't messed up either of those things. However, after the entire Imperial Court meeting, Mystic Moon made a decision in her heart. That was to never participate in the Imperial Court Council ever again. This was simply too brain-burning. Lin Yuan, who had been staying in the mansion for the past 2 days, had returned to his previous state of bursting with energy. During these 2 days, Lin Yuan had basically spent all his time nurturing the steel barbed iron shells. Since he had reached an agreement with the Stormy Waves City, he naturally had to prepare the spiky iron clam that he would hand over to Wang Su in the future. Lin Yuan, who had been working hard for 2 consecutive days, was not as exhausted as before. After consuming the geocentric jade milk, his body had transformed. Lin Yuan realized that he would no longer feel particularly tired even if he worked hard. Even when sleeping, he only needed to take a short nap to replenish his vitality. Sun Ningxiang had mailed a diamond phase storage box to him yesterday. This diamond phase storage box contained plenty of law origin crystals. Lin Yuan counted at least 4,000 of them. After obtaining the diamond phase storage box, Lin Yuan called Sun Ningxiang. He knew that this was something Sun Ningxiang had specially prepared for him, but she had forgotten to give it to him when she left. When he had traded high-quality bronze phase with Sun Ningxiang, he had earned hundreds of law origin crystals from her. In addition to the more than 4,000 that Sun Ningxiang had given him, the Du Immortal Garden's law origin crystals reserve was less than 5,000. This was far from the Coiling Dragon Valley's law origin crystals reserve. The Coiling Dragon Valley had taken out more than 10,000 law origin crystals without batting an eyelid. It seemed that there was often a huge gap between the top factions in a certain specific material reserve. About 5,000 law origin crystals were nothing to the current Lin Yuan. However, this allowed Lin Yuan to understand Sun Ningxiang's intentions. He knew that she had been thinking about what he needed. Long Tao and Li Xian had called Lin Yuan for the past 2 days. After discussing with Lin Yuan, Long Tao and Lin Yuan decided to set up a faction called the Dragon Tomb. Its main function was to sell the spiritual materials on dragon species phase. As the coiling Dragon Valley's young family head, it was easy for Long Tao to get the 6 eggs of the hook-toothed behemoth dragon from the family. Not to mention, after knowing that Long Tao and Lin Yuan were going to set up a new faction together, the coiling Dragon Valley's upper echelons all raised their hands and feet in approval. However, the hook-toothed behemoth dragon's eggs were related to the nurturing of the new faction's initial breeding dragons. Lin Yuan asked Long Tao to send the 6 hook-toothed behemoth dragon eggs to him. Lin Yuan naturally did not want these hook-toothed behemoth dragon eggs to see what they looked like. Instead, he wanted to hatch these hook-toothed behemoth dragons and enhance them. Lin Yuan took half a day to inject a large amount of pure spirit qi into these 6 hook-toothed behemoth dragons' eggs to speed up their hatching. After these hook-toothed behemoth dragons hatched, Lin Yuan upgraded the 3 male and 3 female hook-toothed behemoth dragon infants to Bronze X/Legend. Then, he asked someone to send 6 young dragons to Long Tao as breeding dragons. Lin Yuan had already laid a foundation for these 6 hook-toothed behemoth dragons. Long Tao would then need to guide these 6 hook-toothed behemoth dragons into estrus to breed offspring. When Long Tao received the 6 young hook-toothed behemoth dragons, he did not feel anything at first. However, not long after, Long Tao suddenly realized that these 6 little fellows that had been upgraded to bronze were all at legend. Long Tao could not help but be dumbfounded for a long time. Long Tao sighed in his heart more than once. It was simply too cool to cooperate with Lin Yuan. To be able to nurture 6 Bronze/Legend phase in such a short time. Long Tao's subconscious reaction was that the Moon Empress had helped. Long Tao looked at these 6 Bronze/Legend hook-toothed behemoth dragons and was filled with enthusiasm. With such an excellent foundation, the quality of the offspring produced by the hook-toothed behemoth dragons would certainly not be bad. Through the spirit fluid cultivation to speed up childbirth, Lin Yuan would be able to provide the first batch of dragon livers in a month or 2. The newly established faction, the Dragon Tomb, could also open for business normally. Li Xian easily convinced the clan's elders at the Council of Elders. After all, the elders of Li Yun Avian Domain knew how their faction had risen. This was because Li Xian had stood in that small circle at the Nix assembly and chatted cheerfully with the 4 disciples of His Holiness. This had allowed Li Yun Avian Domain to reach cooperation with many top factions. Even the big cities that had not cooperated with Li Yun Avian Domain before had started to order flying phase from Li Yun Avian Domain. This made Li Yun Avian Domain's elders feel proud when they went out. Even if Lin Yuan wanted to ask for the phoenix blood of the main phoenix species, Fei, for free, many elders of Li Yun Avian Domain were willing to provide it. Moreover, Lin Yuan had taken out the phoenix nirvana flower to exchange for it. Li Yun Avian Domain's elders were not ranked according to strength. However, the stronger elders were often able to sit at the front of the Elder Council. Chapter 1374. Once he refused to cooperate with Lin Yuan, and the other elders agreed to cooperate with Lin Yuan, he would immediately face a passive situation. The other elders had obtained a large number of Phoenix Nirvana flowers through their cooperation with Lin Yuan. If the main Phoenix species phase bloodline kept improving, the corresponding strength would also keep increasing. This would cause the elders who agreed to trade with Lin Yuan to constantly squeeze into the front ranks of the Elders Association. None of the elders who understood this were willing to decline their status in the Elder Council because they refused to cooperate. As long as he had the Phoenix Nirvana flower, he could exchange for the main Phoenix species phase blood from the Dawn Cloud birdcage anytime and anywhere. However, Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry to obtain the Phoenix blood. After all, if the Golden Wings wanted to increase their strength, they had to eat dragon liver and Phoenix blood together. Just having Phoenix blood without dragon liver was useless. During these 2 days, Lin Yuan browsed through the star web. He realized that the popularity of the posts regarding the weather change, the imperial mermaids and mermaids tearing up the Radiant Sea Treaty, and the shocking bet between the Radiance Federation and the Freedom Federation had decreased significantly. Some people even began to recall the blood oath battle between the Miao family and the Blissful Sea clan in the Beast Creation Garden. Lin Yuan knew that it was about time to use his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to intervene in this matter. The conflict between the Radiance Federation, the Imperial Mermaids and Mermaids, and the Freedom Federation wasn't considered as gossip news. There was nothing to discuss. The star web netizens would at most discuss how terrifying the astronomical anomaly was. It was precisely this kind of news that caused the popularity of these three incidents to drop so quickly. The anomaly in the sky that evening was witnessed by everyone at the same time. Most of the people who usually didn't log onto the star web had logged onto the star web to understand the situation. These few days were the period with the highest number of star web netizens. If he used his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to intervene in the conflict between Sky City and the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden, he would indeed be suppressed by the popularity of those three matters. However, this period of time allowed more people to log on to the star web to understand the conflict between Sky City and the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden. Furthermore, he had used his identity as the Moon Empress disciple to intervene in the conflict between the Sky City and the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden. It was a matter of gossip and had a lot of repercussions. Since Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple and also the Sky City Lord, he had to be careful. If Lin Yuan wanted the incident to ferment, he did not need to do anything. He just needed to find a star web reporter to publish the article. The star web had a rigid requirement for public opinion news. This requirement meant that the news published by the star web reporters had to be filled with their own views and could set the pace. However, they had to ensure the authenticity of the news. Therefore, as long as it was news released by star web columnists, star web netizens would accept it very well. As for which star web reporter to look for, Lin Yuan didn't even think before choosing Tian Ningning. As Black's exclusive reporter, Tian Ningning was obviously not suitable to publish a column on this matter. Tian Ningning had recently used Miaohe's connections to build a rather large network of star web columnists. Previously, when you needed star web reporters to publish news, she had asked Tian Ningning to find them. He planned to tell Tian Ningning about this and ask her to find a suitable star web reporter. Such hot exclusive news was enough for a rookie star web reporter to become a big shot in the industry. If Tian Ningning wasn't suitable, he could let Tian Ningning give this opportunity to someone else. This way, Tian Ningning could maintain a perfect friendship with a big shot reporter. Through Tian Ningning, he could indirectly let this big shot reporter serve Sky City. Lin Yuan immediately dialed Tian Ningning's number and talked to her about this matter. After hearing what Lin Yuan said on the phone, Tian Ningning went to the return from faraway mansion without another word. After arriving at the return from faraway mansion, Tian Ningning excitedly handed Lin Yuan 3 sets of star web reporters' information. She asked Lin Yuan to choose from these 3 star web reporters. Lin Yuan took the information and looked at it carefully. He saw that the star web reporter in the first set was called Yu Fang, a rookie star web reporter. She had just succeeded in her studies and was considered a blank piece of paper without any resume. While Lin Yuan was looking at Yu Fang's information, Tian Ningning introduced Yu Fang's situation to him. Yu Fang was currently interning under Tian Ningning. If he chose Yu Fang, Tian Ningning planned to simply set up a star web reporter's office and sign Yu Fang before giving this opportunity to Yu Fang. This could ensure that Yu Fang wouldn't turn hostile after getting the benefits. The star web reporter in the second set was called Wang Rui. After looking at Wang Rui's photo, Lin Yuan could be sure that Wang Rui was at least 50 years old. The star web reporters at this age had made a name for themselves and became star web editors or even chief editors. Those who weren't doing well were generally veterans who wrote their drafts based on their own will and had offended many people. In Tian Ningning's introduction, Wang Rui was indeed such a veteran. The reason why Tian Ningning chose Wang Rui was because he had offended the chief editor. He had been ostracized in Star Web and was facing a state of semi-unemployment. Tian Ningning was confident that she could persuade Wang Rui to join her studio. Lin Yuan had filtered out Wang Rui when comparing Yufang and Wang Rui. The star web reporter that Lin Yuan was looking for was just a mouthpiece. A mouthpiece that could pass messages was good enough. There was no benefit to Lin Yuan to have a mouthpiece. When Lin Yuan looked at the third set of information, he couldn't help but raise his brows. The woman in the third set of information was about 20 to 30 years old. Her long, curly hair was draped to her waist, but it didn't look messy at all. Instead, she looked very capable. The woman had deep eyes and was very charming. Her resume was also excellent, and she had even interviewed Radiant's 100 sequence members. However, this star web reporter had once been banned by a guild club because she had reported on a team from that guild club. This guild club was the Barbarian Snake Guild Club that Lin Yuan had dealt with previously. It was impossible for this star web reporter, Zhou Man, to not know that reporting on the Barbarian Snake Guild Club's main team was cruel and suspected of blackmail would result in retaliation from the Barbarian Snake Guild Club. However, Zhou Man still did it despite knowing. This showed that she had a strong sense of justice and conscience. This sense of justice and conscience would drive Zhou Man to disregard danger. When looking at Zhou Man's information, Lin Yuan realized that Tian Ningning had prepared the most detailed information on her. When he was looking at Zhou Man's information, Tian Ningning spoke the most. She also specifically mentioned that Zhou Man was very knowledgeable about public opinion and public relations. Lin Yuan had previously asked Tian Ningning to be the Dome Guild Club's team reporter. It was too difficult for Tian Ningning to have only one team reporter in a guild club. Since Zhou Man was capable, Lin Yuan thought that he might as well let her be Tian Ningning's assistant. As for the Barbarian Snake Guild Club's ban on Zhou Man, it was just a joke in Lin Yuan's opinion. When Tian Ningning had just introduced Zhou Man, she had already expressed her preference for Zhou Man more than once. Chapter 1375. Seeing that Tian Ningning was looking at Zhou Man's information with anticipation, Lin Yuan handed it back to her and said, "Tian Ningning, can you handle Zhou Man yourself?" When Tian Ningning heard Lin Yuan's words, she immediately nodded in pleasant surprise. "I can handle Big Sister Man. Big Sister Man is considered half a teacher to me." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, "I can handle Big Sister Man. Big Sister Man is considered half a teacher to me." Lin Yuan raised his brows and said, "Then go and do it. After that, ask Zhou Man to draft a star web report based on what I just told you and send it to me." Tian Ningning left the return from faraway mansion in high spirits. If Tian Ningning hadn't understood Lin Yuan before, she wouldn't have shown him Zhou Man's information. Now that she knew Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, she did not treat the Barbarian Snake Guild Club, which had banned Zhou Man, as a piece of cake. In less than 4 hours, she sent Zhou Man's report to Lin Yuan through the chat software. After reading it, Lin Yuan felt that it was feasible. Zhou Man's news draft was clear and impartial to each faction. It only stated the outcome and not the process. It seemed to be narrating a conflict from an outsider's point of view. When this report was posted on Star Web, it would definitely arouse people's imaginations, and guess what would happen next? After Lin Yuan agreed, Zhou Man, who was beside Tian Ningning, logged into Star Web with mixed feelings. After deliberating for a long time and reviewing this Star Web report several times, she finally posted it. Zhou Man knew that after this Star Web report was posted, her life would be completely different from before. The shackles that the Barbarian Snake Guild Club had placed on her would be broken by her new owner. She would also be reborn and be able to post on the new website again. Zhou Man was very grateful to Tian Ningning and the young man who was the Moon Empress disciple. When Zhou Man's report was posted on StarWeb, it caused a huge commotion. Over the past few days, people on StarWeb did not discuss the dispute between Sky City and the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden. It was not because the netizens had forgotten. On the one hand, it was because the matter a few days ago was too shocking. On the other hand, the dispute between Sky City and the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden had never been followed. They could only use conspiracy theories to explain the conflict. Now, a disciple of Her Holiness was involved. This disciple of His Holiness had stopped the conflict between Sky City and the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden. It was no wonder that Sky City and the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden were so peaceful. Zhou Man's report mentioned that the Moon Empress disciple had intervened in this conflict in order to stifle the chaos that might be caused by the faction struggle on the eve of the Radiance 100 sequence. The behavior of the Moon Empress disciple had garnered a wave of fans on the StarWeb. In the past few months since the establishment of Sky City, it had always been on the hot list of forces. Coupled with the mystery and wealth of Sky City also had a large number of die-hard fans. The die-hard fans of Sky City naturally wouldn't allow the disciple of the full Moon Empress to interfere in this matter. As a result, Sky City was unable to destroy the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden and take revenge. As a result, there were two trends on the StarWeb. One side represented Sky City, while the other side represented the Moon Empress disciple, and an intense conflict of opinion broke out. Correspondingly, Lin Yuan's power of faith instantly increased at a faster rate. He knew that this growth rate of the power of faith would last for a while. Of course, there was no event that would never fade, and it was the same for this matter. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about this because in a month's time, with his identity as a combat class spirit chi professional, he would be able to take the top spot in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. At that time, the power of faith would naturally come again. After Zhou Man published this StarWeb report, a large number of StarWeb reporters began to follow the trend to report this matter. Many StarWeb reporters secretly envied Zhou Man, who was said to have been banned by a certain guild club for getting such explosive first-hand information. However, such public opinion reports were not prohibited on the StarWeb. After the StarWeb reporters discovered this big news, they all added their own views and wrote articles. In any case, as long as they copied it fast enough, they could become the publisher of second-hand news. They could also gain popularity and make money. This matter had only been fermenting for half a day, and before Lin Yuan could contact the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden, Miao Xinshan gritted his teeth and took the initiative to call Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't stand on ceremony during the call with Miao Xinshan. He directly asked for the Phoenix Nirvana flowers in the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden's inventory. Miao Xinshan naturally didn't dare to refuse. Lin Yuan didn't have any desire to communicate with Miao Xinshan, but Miao Xinshan expressed goodwill to Lin Yuan more than once. He expressed his intention to submit. Lin Yuan didn't destroy the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden, and instead protected it because he wanted to harvest the power of faith. He also wanted to use the cooperation between the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden and the Whale Ocean trade to see if he could find that strange seed with immortal aura. Therefore, Lin Yuan pretended to casually mention the topic of the cooperation between the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden and the Whale Ocean trade. Miao Xinshan was worried that he didn't have a topic to talk to Lin Yuan about. He was afraid that he would say something he shouldn't and offend Lin Yuan. He saw that Lin Yuan was interested in the cooperation between the Miao family's beast creation garden and the whale ocean trade. Miao Jinshan didn't hesitate to tell Lin Yuan the news that Di Wanqing had repeatedly emphasized not to leak. Lord Lin Yuan, our cooperation with the whale ocean trade hasn't started yet. According to the whale ocean trade's second-in-command, Di Wanqing, they found the Miao family's beast creation garden to enhance a seed. As for what the seed is, it hasn't been sent over, so I'm not too sure. Now that you've solved the predicament of the Miao family's beast creation garden, the whale ocean trade doesn't have to worry about it anymore. I'm sure they'll send the seed to the Miao family's beast creation garden soon and continue the previous cooperation. Miao Jinshan's heart surged with anger. Miao Jinshan recalled how the whale ocean trade had rejected him when he had sought help from the whale ocean trade. After being rejected by the whale ocean trade, Miao Jinshan had thought of refusing to cooperate with the whale ocean trade more than once. However, Di Wanqing's threat on the way back had made Miao Jinshan unable to ignore the whale ocean trade's power. To put it bluntly, Miao Jinshan was afraid of the whale ocean trade. Under the threat of the whale ocean trade, he was forced to sign a cooperation agreement with the whale ocean trade. Therefore, he told Lin Yuan about the agreement he had repeatedly with the whale ocean trade, not to expose it. Miao Jinshan felt his heart full of pain and pleasure. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard Miao Jinshan's words. Seed, would the seed that the whale ocean trade asked the Miao family's beast creation garden to cultivate be the same as the seed that Red Thorn had devoured? End of this chapter. Chapter 1376. Lin Yuan wasn't sure if Red Thorn would devour another strange plant seed with immortal aura. Could the tongue of Relinquish evolve again? Because of that strange plant seed, Red Thorn's bloodline was upgraded to the peak of three-winged. However, it was very likely that Red Thorn would use the power of the seed to break through in one fell swoop after absorbing the next freak seed. He would become a four-winged demon and create a new history of demon phase. Lin Yuan said calmly, "Oh, I see. 3 of your Miao family's Emperor-class experts were killed in the blood oath battle between the Beast Creation Garden and the Blissful Ocean clan. You only have 4 of the 7 Emperor-class experts left. When I have the time, I'll visit your place and use nomological crystals to replenish your Miao family's Beast Creation Garden with 3 emperors. At the same time, I'll take a look at what kind of plant seeds the Whale Ocean Trading Company, one of the top 3 factions, needs to cooperate with other factions to cultivate." Miao Jinshan was attracted by the first half of Lin Yuan's sentence. Although the 3 dead Peak Emperor stage powerhouses were a little out of control after becoming great Emperor stage powerhouses, the Emperor stage powerhouses did not have any restrictions. But those 3 were indeed the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden's Emperor-level combat power. Miao Jinshan's heart ached when she died. Miao Jinshan was so happy that he could not help but take small steps in the study when he heard that he could make up for the 3 Emperor-class experts who had died. The extreme joy and surprise caused Miao Jinshan to no longer be in the mood to listen to the second half of Lin Yuan's sentence. Subconsciously, he agreed to it. After Miao Jinshan was done being happy, he suddenly understood what Lin Yuan meant. If Whale Ocean Trading Company had stepped in to help the Miao family's Beast Creation Garden, even if the matter had not been resolved, in order to keep his promise, Miao Jinshan naturally wouldn't show that seed to Lin Yuan. However, Miao Jinshan believed that he had latched onto Lin Yuan and the Radiant Moon Palace. He was no longer afraid of the Whale Ocean Trade. Miao Jinshan, who had just obtained benefits from Lin Yuan, understood a principle. He would have meat to eat if he followed Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan wanted to see the Whale Ocean Trade seed, he would just take a look. As for Lin Yuan's last words, it was the doubt that Miao Jinshan had always had in his heart. The Whale Ocean Trading Company was formed by the merger of three peak powers. Before the merger, the Sea-Sky lineage's creation master resources were superior to the Meow family's beast creation garden. After the merger, the Whale Ocean Trade swallowed all kinds of resources with an unstoppable momentum. After developing for so many years with these resources, the Sea-Sky lineage's creation master resources would definitely increase tremendously. The Whale Ocean Trading's creation master resources were obviously superior to the Meow family's beast creation garden. Why would the Whale Ocean Trading cooperate with the Meow family's beast creation garden? Let me recommend the app I've been using recently. It supports both Android and Apple phones. Why couldn't the Whale Ocean Trade do something as trivial as strengthening a plant seed? He thought about the abnormal situation of the Whale Ocean Trade over the past few years, as well as the people of the Sea-Sky bloodline, who had never appeared again. Miao Xinshan subconsciously felt that something was wrong. The Sea-Sky lineage's creation masters had always been forthright and loved to move around. Miao Xinshan had a close relationship with the Sea-Sky lineage's creation masters. These people had held plenty of private creation master gatherings and invited Miao Xinshan to participate. However, Miao Xinshan had not seen these people for more than a decade. Even if he was hiding from the world, he didn't have to hide for more than 10 years, right? With the temperament of the Sea-Sky lineage's creation masters, how could they endure being isolated for 10 years? Miao Xinshan pondered for a long time. In the end, in order to curry favor with Lin Yuan, Miao Xinshan decided to use it as a topic of conversation. Lord Lin Yuan, don't say it. The Whale Ocean Trade's creation masters haven't appeared for more than a decade. I keep feeling that the Whale Ocean Trade is hatching some plan. Otherwise, the Sea-Sky lineage's creation masters wouldn't have stayed hidden for more than a decade and focused on their work. Upon hearing Miao Xinshan's words, Lin Yuan thought in his heart, it seems like the Whale Ocean Trade's Sea-Sky lineage is well hidden. The Meow family's beast creation garden, which has a deep cooperation with the Whale Ocean Trade, still doesn't know the situation. However, Lin Yuan had saved Ji Feng and learned from him that the Sea-Sky lineage's people had turned into skeletons. As early as 10 years ago, they had been murdered by the Myriad Flag's lineage. Of course, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't choose to tell Miao Xinshan about this. If he told Miao Xinshan, how would he dare to cooperate with the Whale Ocean Trade? After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan received the Phoenix Nirvana flowers that Miao Zhuo personally delivered. Lin Yuan placed the 31 Phoenix Nirvana flowers into the Spirit Lock spatial zone and took out 31 jade pots. He planted the Phoenix Nirvana flowers in the jade pots one by one. Then, he placed them in a corner of the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Although the Phoenix Nirvana flowers had similar effects as the Dragon's Mouth orchid, they didn't need to be like the Dragon's Mouth orchid. It needed to be broken off by someone before a new one would grow out. When the Phoenix Nirvana flowers matured, they would automatically fall off the plant. In places without spirit chi, the fallen Phoenix Nirvana flowers would consume the flower's spirit chi and slowly wither. However, in places with abundant spirit chi, the fallen Phoenix Nirvana flowers could be preserved forever under the spirit chi's nourishment. After planting the 31 Phoenix Nirvana flowers, Lin Yuan raised their quality to bronze/epic. He then arranged for the wind speed rapid antelope in the Spirit Lock spatial zone to bury a fire element, heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl, in the jade pots of the Phoenix Nirvana flowers every half a month. This would allow the 31 Phoenix Nirvana flowers to absorb fire element energy. The wind speed rapid antelope's intelligence was getting higher and higher, and its quality had also been raised to legend under the pure spirit chi's baptism. The Spirit Lock Spatial Zones area was now 160 square meters, but it still couldn't allow the wind-speed rapid antelope to move freely. During this time, Lin Yuan found that every time he entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, the wind-speed rapid antelope's speed toward him increased. It seemed that the wind-speed rapid antelope had not eaten those wind element, heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls for nothing. In terms of strength, there was already a steady increase. However, it still needed a fortuitous encounter if it wanted to evolve and improve its bloodline. After leaving the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Lin Yuan looked at the time. He found that it had been 9 days since the last celestial assembly ended. As when you had gone to the Radiance Palace to learn from Mystic Moon, she had yet to return. As usual, the celestial assembly that happened once every 7 days could only be skipped. Lin Yuan understood, knew. She must have been held up by something important if she did not come back on time. She should now be at a critical stage of increasing her faction. Lin Yuan decided not to wait for her and went to the Divine Wood Federation first. After all, he still had a lot of things to do in the Divine Wood Federation. Just as Lin Yuan was about to set off for the Divine Wood Federation, Luo Ye, who had returned to Nanmu City early, stayed by the window all day, looking forward. She held her phone in anticipation, waiting for Lin Yuan to contact her. After Luo Ye returned to the family, she immediately asked her father for 2 walnut trees. ABC. Chapter 1377. For the first 3 days, Luo Ye did not feel anything when Lin Yuan did not contact her. But on the 4th day, when Lin Yuan still hadn't contacted her, Luo Ye panicked. On the 5th and 6th day, Luo Ye started to suspect if Lin Yuan had seen something from her. Luo Ye tried hard to recall her interactions with Lin Yuan. At that time, Fu Di's sudden attack had most likely allowed him to see that Fu Di and his subordinates were not an ordinary caravan. They were a group of bandits. Did Lin Yuan discover her identity as a member of the bandits? However, she had only joined the Dry Cliff Bandits to flirt with men and not to plunder the Deep Cult Federation's merchant group's resources. Or perhaps Lin Yuan did not like her at all. The scene of Lu Jie kneeling on one knee in front of Lin Yuan shocked Luo Ye. Luo Ye could not help but examine Lin Yuan's identity. Lu Jie had used an insect-type carcinoma Fae, and it seemed like the insect-type Fae that had pulled out the Skynet was of a high grade. Such a young and powerful guard was even more imposing than the young masters of the 3 star families that Luo Ye had seen. It could be seen that Lin Yuan was a descendant of a hidden noble family in the Deep Cult Federation. A descendant of a hidden noble family in the Deep Cult Federation was comparable to a young master of a 4-star family in the Divine Wood Federation. After thinking about it, Luo Ye, who could not figure out the reason, was completely conflicted and depressed. On the 9th day, Luo Ye, who had always been reluctant to leave flowers behind, would unconsciously think of Lin Yuan's face when she looked out the window. She would think of such a handsome youth that she might not be able to touch for the rest of her life. Luo Ye could not help but feel sad, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. Even when her tears wet her favorite purple fur, Luo Ye did not care. In fact, Luo Ye was not the only one who was sad during these 9 days. Lin, Bei Su, Tally, and Su Iren were even more sad. Lin, Bei Su, Tally, and Su Iren had been looking forward to the Celestial Body Conference in 7 days. On the 7th day, they fell asleep with anticipation. They were ready to go to the center of the universe for the sacred appointment. When they woke up, Lin, Bei Su, Tally, and Su Iren were shocked to find that they had not entered the conference in the center of the universe. Their hearts tightened, and they forced themselves to sleep again. But on the 8th day, the 4 of them still did not receive any guidance from the stars in their dreams. Everyone in the Azure Federation delegation on the back of the island whale knew that the fourth Azure envoy was in a bad mood. Even Lord Lan Sun's request for an audience was met with a closed door. The 10 young prodigies from the Azure Federation shrunk their necks, afraid that the fourth Azure envoy's emotions would burn them. The 10 youths were well aware of the identity of the fourth Azure envoy. The little princess of the Azure Cloud Leopard clan, one of the 12 great Azure families, and the White Lion clan, a 4-star family, had awakened the beast marks of the Azure Cloud Leopard and the White Lion clan. He was a prodigy that they could not compare to. The Azure Federation was a federation that was completely controlled by the 12 Azure aristocratic families. If he offended Lin, his identity as a member of the Azure 100 sequence might even be removed from his position as a member of the Azure 100 with just a word from Lin. Lin, who had locked herself in the room, covered her eyes with a white cloth for the first time after she regained her sight. In the darkness, Lin touched the specially made book with her hand just to calm herself down. But when his hands turned red, he felt the long-lost prickling pain. Lin's heart still could not calm down. Lin's maidservant, Cece, was anxious. She did not understand what had happened to the young lady in the past 2 days. However, Lin's changes in the past 2 days made Cece know that she could not persuade her. Lin, who once again covered her eyes with the white cloth, understood even more how attached she was to the man who had lit up her eyes and changed her fate in the center of the resplendent stars. Even if she had become the fourth Azure envoy of the Azure Federation, she could only find security and sustenance from that man. But why didn't that man keep the appointment in 7 days? The more she thought about it, the more confused Lin became. Suddenly, Lin recalled that the man had mentioned the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce when they were discussing the deal. If she found the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, would she be able to see that man in the Radiance Chamber of Commerce? At the thought of this, Lin pulled off the white ribbon covering her eyes. She walked out of the house and arrived directly above the floating island whale's head. Looking at the sea level, Lin's face was calm, but she was looking forward to reaching the Radiance Chamber of Commerce soon. Thinking of the conflict between the Radiance Chamber of Commerce and the Freedom Federation a few days ago, Lin's heart tightened. That man didn't keep the appointment. He couldn't have been affected by that conflict, right? 5 days later is the next 7-day appointment. Will you come for the next 7-day appointment? Bei Su, who was in the underground world, did not see the meteorological anomalies that could only be seen on the surface. However, in these 7 days, Bei Su had grown a lot. Bei Su used the Sharp Shadow Dark Bat's exclusive skill, the Bat Fang Vampires, to pull up a team of 10. After pulling up the team of 10, Bei Su decided not to continue expanding the team for a short time. Instead, he focused on improving the strength of the 10 people in the team. Bei Su, who had consecutively leveled several Class 1 underground dimensional rifts, had really equipped a few source-type items for the team members he had pulled up. Looking at the growth of his team members, Bei Su felt a sense of accomplishment for the first time. Bei Su very much wanted to tell Lin Yuan about his results in the past 7 days. Bei Su did not ask for Lin Yuan to praise him, and only hoped to share his happiness with him. To be able to prove in front of Lin Yuan that he had not let down Lin Yuan's investment and expectations. He was also useful. Lin Yuan had saved his life, allowed him to have a fae, and got rid of the curse-mark stoneworm clone. Such a great favor could not be repaid in this life. Bei Su had always been hardworking. When he had just pulled up the team to fight against the Class 1 underground dimensional rift, it was common for him to not sleep for 3 days in a row. However, in order to not miss the Celestial Council, Bei Su slept for an entire day on the 7th day. However, Bei Su, who had not entered the Celestial Council, panicked. Unlike Lin, Su did not have the ability to go to Radiance. He had the ability to talk about cooperation with Lin Yuan and the ability to find Lin Yuan in the real world. Su could not do anything and could only endure silently. He gritted his teeth like a helpless little beast. During these few days, the 10 team members that Su had pulled found that the usually sunny Su had suddenly become silent. He was desperately cleaning up the rock worms and the newly discovered underground dimensional rifts. Even if he was exhausted and covered in blood, he still persisted in silence. It was obvious that he had something on his mind. After an unknown period of time, Su fell on a rock, exhausted. In the dark environment, Su's eyes were red, and he gently sniffed. He only hoped to see the man who had redeemed him again in another 5 days, and to be able to join the grand event held in the Celestial Council. End of this chapter. Chapter 1378. Trey did not think too much about his failure to enter the Celestial Council. During their migration, the Ironhoof tribe encountered a group of bronze long-eared sandfoxes. The Ironhoof tribe was trapped in the wilderness by these long-eared sandfoxes. The long-eared sandfox was a very cunning wild beast species fae that liked to move in groups. Long-eared sandfoxes would often choose to trap their prey within a certain range in order not to attack recklessly and injure themselves. They split up and feigned an attack to tire the prey out. Then, due to the long period of siege, the prey would enter a state of thirst and hunger, and then they would surround and kill the prey. The strongest person in the Ironhoof tribe was Tally's grandfather. Trey's grandfather's main fae was a silver earth-drilling mole. However, even if a silver pinnacle earth-drilling mole was a rank higher than the long-eared sandfoxes, it was impossible for it to fight against a pack of long-eared sandfoxes. In the end, when Tally's grandfather was in danger, he used the Ironhoof tribe's treasure, the earth wheel flower. With the help of the earth wheel flower's medicinal properties, the earth-drilling mole successfully advanced from the peak of the silver tier to the gold tier. The gold tier burrowing mole took the initiative to attack and kill a few long-eared sandfoxes. After sensing the power of the gold tier burrowing mole, the group of long-eared sandfoxes had no choice but to give up their siege on the Ironhoof tribe. In the wilderness, once a long-eared sandfox was injured, even if it wasn't treated as prey by beasts that were stronger than it, it would still be killed. Those small and bloodthirsty insect species fays would also look for the long-eared sandfox. Therefore, fays in the wilderness, even if they were hungry beasts, would do their best to ensure that they wouldn't get injured. Due to the siege of the long-eared sandfoxes, Trey was unable to sleep for about 2 hours. Trey thought that he had missed the grand event at the center of the starry sky. He was unable to participate in the gathering that was held once every 7 days and was unable to receive Lin Yuan's instructions. Trey could only follow his previous agreement with Lin Yuan and continue to guide the Ironhoof tribe to the border between the Iron Hammer Federation and the Divine Wood Federation. Moving an entire tribe was not an easy task. There were people of all ages in a tribe. The old, the young, the women, and the children moved more than twice as fast as the men in their prime. The old, the weak, the women, and the children had to rest for up to 20 minutes every hour. Previously, when the earth-drilling mole was still at the silver level, the people of the Ironhoof tribe were somewhat worried about migrating. But now that the earth-drilling mole had advanced to the gold rank, and the Ironhoof tribe was taking the trade route opened by the Depreme caravan, the gold burrowing mole was enough to deal with most of the dangers on the trade route. During the migration process, Trey only hoped that the next gathering wouldn't be disturbed by fays. Trey was not very worried that Lin Yuan would be angry about not being able to gather. In Trey's heart, the man who was surrounded by hundreds of laws and wills was as warm as a big brother. Lin, Su, and Tally all had their own thoughts. They were disappointed that they couldn't participate in the gathering that happened once every 7 days. However, their worries and negative emotions added together could not compare to Sue Erin, who was hiding next to a trash can in an alley in the Divinewood Federation's Oak City. Zoel was originally a dark emissary chosen by the 7 nations of the Dark Gloom. None of the 7 federations on the Dark Continent could compare to the Divinewood Federation. However, when the 7 federations of the Dark Continent were combined, their strength was not much different from the Divinewood Federation, the Ironhammer Federation, and the Deepream Federation combined. In the Divinewood Federation, Zoel, who had always been at the top, tasted true helplessness and the darkness from the bottom. Zoel could not remember how many times she had been beaten in the month or so since she came to the Divinewood Federation. How many times had she struggled to survive on the verge of death? In addition to external factors, Zoel herself had to endure severe pain from the soul 7 or 8 times a day. Fortunately, when Zoel had fainted from the pain in her soul, she had chosen to dirty herself or crawl into the trash can. Otherwise, Zoel, who was in the alley, might have become someone's prey. In the past, even in a difficult situation, Zoel would not have been willing to be controlled by other organizations. Being controlled was equivalent to losing freedom. This was the reason why Zoel had not immediately joined the Celestial Council when she had first entered it. However, after deciding to join the Celestial Council and accepting Lin Yuan's request, there was not a day that Zoel did not hope that Lin Yuan could find her quickly. Lin Yuan had given Zoel, who was in despair, a daily hope. Zoel worked hard to scavenge, trying her best to survive before Lin Yuan arrived. However, the Celestial Council, which was held once every 7 days, did not convene as scheduled, making Zoel's heart fall into an ice cave. Zoel felt that the whole world had darkened, and life was no longer glorious. Joining the Celestial Council was Zoel's only salvation. The Celestial Council's essence was the function of a sacred source life form, which Zoel had discovered when she had first entered the Celestial Council. Sacred source life forms were not so easy to obtain, and a faction with a sacred source life form was enough to show how powerful it was. In addition, during the Celestial Council, Lin and Lin Yuan's conversation made Zoel guess that Lin's identity was not simple. Lin, who had not previously had the aura of a sacred source life form, suddenly had the aura of a sacred source life form during the last gathering. This was enough to prove the value of the Celestial Council. Zoel had now regarded the Celestial Council, or rather Lin Yuan, as her path of salvation. Zoel had placed all her hopes on Lin Yuan and the Celestial Council. When she was sure that the Celestial Council would not convene as scheduled, Zoel even thought of death. Now, every moment of her life in the Divinewood Federation, Zoel was like a refugee. Every breath she took was filled with the smell of garbage, and it was trampling on Zoel's self-esteem. But in the end, Zoel still thought of Lin Yuan's words. As long as one is alive, there is hope. This sentence, once again, supported Zoel in the darkness. It gave Zoel a reason to continue persevering. Zoel tightly gripped the phone she had found and murmured, "There is still hope. Maybe I can hold on for another 7 days. The last 7 days." Thinking of this, Zoel's body suddenly trembled. The intense pain in her soul caused Zoe Erin to faint. In the return from Faraway Manor, the mother of Bloodbath, who had been in a room with complicated feelings, learned that Lin Yuan was going to the Divinewood Federation. It immediately expressed that it would go with Lin Yuan to the Divinewood Federation and protect his safety during the training. However, after some consideration, Lin Yuan finally rejected the mother of Bloodbath. Lin Yuan said seriously to the mother of Bloodbath, "Mother of Bloodbath, your family will definitely go to Radiance to find you." End of chapter. Chapter 1379. During this period of time, your parents came to the Radiance Federation, but you were with me in the Divinewood Federation. Your parents will be worried because they can't find you. Moreover, with Lu Jie following me to the Divine Wood Federation, I won't be in any danger. If we really encounter danger, I will summon the killer butterfly at any time. The mother of Bloodbath knew that every word Lin Yuan said was for its sake. However, the mother of Bloodbath was not happy at all. As Lin Yuan's path protector, it would be a dereliction of duty if he could not accompany Lin Yuan when he went out to train. She recalled how Lin Yuan had used a sacred source life form to lower his temperature. The mother of Bloodbath knew that Lin Yuan was not much weaker than it. Lin Yuan could already protect himself. This made the mother of Bloodbath suddenly feel that it was very, very far away from Lin Yuan. Moreover, this feeling continued to grow stronger and stronger. The feelings of Faye's had always been simple, let alone a female spider's yearning. Just as the sea of bitterness in the mother of Bloodbath's heart was about to ripple, he gently placed his hand on the mother of Bloodbath's shoulder. When Lin Yuan saw the mother of Bloodbath's expression, he thought it was still thinking about why its parents had abandoned it. Lin Yuan could not comfort her too much about such things. He could only wait for the mother of Bloodbath to meet his family before all the knots in his heart could be resolved. Lin Yuan gently patted the mother of Bloodbath's shoulder and then brushed the hair on its shoulder to the back of its head. Given your parents' strength, they should be able to reach the Hui Yao sect within a month. If you're really bored during this month, why don't you just organize an event and find a group of friends who get along with you to host a food festival together? Upon hearing that, the mother of Bloodbath's heart warmed. From Lin Yuan's eyes, the mother of Bloodbath could see that he cared for it from the bottom of his heart. Lin Yuan's concern was like a spring breeze, brushing away the sea of bitterness in the mother of Bloodbath's heart and making its feelings tremble slightly. The more it trembled, the more the mother of Bloodbath's feelings solidified. The mother of Bloodbath broke into a smile, stunning Lin Yuan. The mother of Bloodbath, which usually had a cold expression, suddenly smiled. Its red eyes were bright, and its red lips were curled up. It was extremely beautiful. It was like a peony that had suddenly been dyed in color, exceptionally stunning. The mother of Bloodbath said, "Lin Yuan, how can you bring Lu Jie alone to the Divine Wood Federation? Ji Feng has been guarding the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce during this period of time, so it's not convenient for him to show up. Why don't you bring him to the Divine Wood Federation? With Ji Feng around, we can take care of each other if we encounter any danger. The killer butterfly is guarding the swamp world. It won't be good if it encounters danger in the swamp world when you summon it. I'll be heading over to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce during this period. I can use the Sacred Source Life Form Essence contract you gave me. After that, I'll familiarize myself with the changes in my abilities after transforming into a favored spirit." When Lin Yuan heard the mother of Bloodbath's words, he suddenly realized that he had neglected Ji Feng during this period. In the Radiance Federation, especially in the royal capital, it was inconvenient for Ji Feng to show his face anywhere. However, once they left the Radiance Federation and the Whale Ocean's 10,000 Flags lineage's sphere of influence, they would not be able to escape. Ji Feng could move freely now. The mother of Bloodbath could no longer be bothered with its family and focus on the Sacred Source Life Form's Essence contract to increase its strength. In Lin Yuan's opinion, it couldn't be any better. Lin Yuan smiled at the mother of Bloodbath. "Mother of Bloodbath, show me what your Sacred Source Life Form is the next time I come back. I'll prepare the resources to raise the Sacred Source Life Form's star grade." When the mother of Bloodbath heard Lin Yuan's words, it suddenly felt as though it was looking at the C-rank spirit chi professional who had just arrived at the Radiant Moon Palace. In half a year, this youth had experienced more things than others in a lifetime, but he was still the same. Lin Yuan's temperament hadn't changed, causing the mother of Bloodbath to suddenly have an impulse. It wanted to hug this youth in front of it without caring about anything else. In the end, the mother of Bloodbath's rationality stopped its impulse. I want to run to you without caring about anything, but compared to you, I'm not good enough. The mother of Bloodbath, which had just transformed into a favored spirit and reached Myth 3, suddenly felt pressure in its heart. The mother of Bloodbath had never been a lazy fae. However, the mother of Bloodbath knew that if it wanted to rush to Lin Yuan, it would need to work harder. When he went to the Divine Wood Federation this time, he took out the floating silver from the underground spaces wall. He also chose 8 spirit craftsmen from the manor that Hu Quan had appointed, Ji Feng and Lu Jia, who had rushed back to the return from faraway manor from the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce with the 8 spirit craftsmen in the Treasure Cave Golden Cicada artifact, crossed the spatial tunnel, and went straight to the Divine Wood Federation. After returning to the Divine Wood Federation again, Lin Yuan recovered from the nauseating dizziness. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. When Lin Yuan had left, the Divine Wood Federation's underground palace had just been excavated. The surrounding walls were all covered in dust. But now, this huge underground palace had been built with steel plates as a framework and divided into different areas. As Hu Quan drew the blueprint, he commanded his spirit craftsmen to supervise the Dry Cliff Bandits' spies and transport the ironwood powder. Hu Tianzheng commanded his main fae, the Terror Claw Rock Bear, to use the heavy rock law and condense the ironwood sand into a rock slab. Upon seeing Lin Yuan appear, Hu Quan hurriedly walked over excitedly and asked him, "Lin Yuan, have you found the spatial soft silver?" "Now, I just need enough spatial soft silver to be buried in the radium-uranium steel walls. Then I can lay the rock slabs that Hu Tian has condensed in the past few days on the walls and then carve the walls. Because of your idea of the forbidden area, I plan to carve the bone lotus flower that the 6-winged demon spawned on the walls of the underground palace. In the sea of bone lotus flowers, carve the maps of the Divine Wood Federation, the Iron Hammer Federation, and the Deep Lush Federation. Let the entire underground palace's walls form a set of murals. What do you think of the Bone Lotus World Annihilation Catalog?" Lin Yuan did not want to give too many opinions on Hu Quan's design ideas. He would just let Hu Quan do as he pleased. Although Lin Yuan did not want to give any opinions on the design, he still had to give his opinions on the function. He had communicated with Tally in the Celestial Council previously. Lin Yuan planned to let Tally apply to the Iron Hammer Imperial Court to confer the land at the junction of the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation as the Iron Hoof Tribe's private territory. Then he would let the Iron Hoof Tribe build a city in this area. Through the geographical location, he would grab the throats of the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. If he wanted to build a city in this kind of place where chickens did not lay eggs and attract people there, in addition to the forbidden area shrouded in fog all day, there were other more attractive things. ABC, Chapter 1380. It was the most scarce resource in the agro-pattern continent, the Creation Master resource. Therefore, in the underground palace, there had to be a few breeding rooms. I've already dealt with the floating silver. I'll give it to you in 2 days. I have always trusted Uncle Hu's designs. However, when Uncle Hu is constructing the underground palace, I hope to divide a region to be the Creation Master's breeding room. Uncle Hu's murals might as well be inlaid with some completely jade-textured wood. At that time, I will place a few Reflection Sun King Lotuses and plant phase that can release spirit chi in the underground palace. This will ensure that the underground palace is always in a bright state. The fragrance of the completely jade-textured wood can also cover up the earthy smell rising from the ground. Upon hearing that, Hu Quan's eyes lit up. Hu Quan especially liked Lin Yuan's design concept of fusing phase and design together. This kind of design concept was what Hu Quan lacked. Plant species phase that could release large amounts of spirit qi had always been precious. As a spirit craftsman, Hu Quan could not casually add such precious items into the design. When Hu Tian, who was commanding the Terror Claw rock bears to form the rock slabs, saw that Lin Yuan had arrived, he had been looking for an opportunity to talk to him. However, Lin Yuan had been chatting with Hu Quan since the beginning. Hu Tian didn't have a suitable opportunity to talk to Lin Yuan, while Hu Quan listened to Lin Yuan's words and began to draw the place where the completely jade-textured wood was inlaid on the design. Hu Tian took small steps forward. He said to Lin Yuan, "Lord Lin Yuan, I didn't dare to close my eyes during these 6 days because I wanted to let you see the changes in the underground palace. In the past 6 days, I've taken out almost all the stone slabs needed for this underground palace." Upon hearing Hu Tian's words, Lin Yuan immediately knew what Hu Tian was thinking. Hu Tian was trying to claim credit from him. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Hu Quan had already glanced at Hu Tian and said in dissatisfaction, "You're right. What do you mean you've already built all the rock slabs needed for the underground palace? If I didn't keep an eye on you, would you be so hardworking? Also, who told you that the underground palace only has 1 floor? After the construction of the first floor is completed, as long as Lin Yuan wishes, he can also build the 2nd and 3rd floors to increase the underground palace's functionality. You've only worked for 6 days, and you're already in such a rush to show off. You want to ask for some benefits?" The Zheng family was destroyed by Sky City. As a servant of Sky City, shouldn't you be doing your job? Over the past few days, Hu Quan had become increasingly dissatisfied with Hu Tian, who shared the same surname as him. This was because Hu Quan could clearly sense Hu Tian's purpose in doing things. Commanding the Terror Claw rock bears to use the heavy rock world to create rock slabs was a very easy task. But Hu Tian looked very tired. Was Hu Tian using a myth breed Fae as a platinum Fae? Hu Tian was doing this to show off in front of him, and then use him to let Lin Yuan know of Hu Tian's efforts. A spirit craftsman was a job with a conscience, and Hu Quan's greatest taboo was people who played tricks and claimed credit. Hu Tian had both of these points. Therefore, when Hu Tian claimed credit to Lin Yuan, Hu Quan mercilessly exposed Hu Tian's trick. Hu Quan's words made Hu Tian, who was smiling and thought that he would be able to get Lin Yuan's reward smoothly, feel awkward on the spot. In the Radiance Federation, Class 5 spirit craftsmen were extremely sought after by veteran factions and top factions. After all, the furniture, decorations, and artifacts made by Class 5 spirit craftsmen could show their status. Although there were fewer Class 5 spirit craftsmen than Class 4 creation masters, there were still many Class 4 creation masters. A Class 4 creation master's status was still higher than a Class 5 spirit craftsman's. Hu Tian had deliberately shown off in front of Hu Quan because Hu Quan was very valued by Lin Yuan. In fact, Hu Tian did not think much of Hu Quan. In Hu Tian's opinion, he and Hu Quan were both working under Lin Yuan. Given his identity as a Class 4 creation master, Hu Quan had no reason to offend him. However, Hu Tian's little plan had obviously failed. Hu Quan did not care about Hu Tian's opinion at all, and did not give him any face. This was because Hu Quan did not simply regard himself as a member of Sky City's faction. Due to his contact with Lin Yuan, Hu Quan, who had no children after his parents passed away, had already regarded Lin Yuan as family. Hu Quan did not want Lin Yuan to be deceived by Hu Tian. Hu Quan knew that once Hu Tian succeeded in deceiving Lin Yuan the first time, it would only become worse in the future. Looking at Lin Yuan's faint smile, Hu Tian thought of Lin Yuan's means in the Zheng family's reception room. He could not help but feel terrified. Hu Tian hurriedly said to Lin Yuan while trembling, "Lord Lin Yuan, I have no intention of claiming credit. I'm your servant. Whatever you ask me to do is what I should do. I'm your servant. Whatever you ask me to do is what I should do. Uncle Hu Tian will continue to be used by you here. Lin Yuan ignored Hu Tian and turned to speak to Hu Quan. I only brought 8 spirit craftsmen this time, with Hu Tian helping to make the rock slabs. You don't have to use a little bit of iron grinding wood to burn the rock slabs. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Hu Quan looked at Hu Tian in disdain and nodded. Lin Yuan, I won't be polite with Hu Tian. If you want to carve murals in the underground palace, you need to lay at least 2 layers of rock slabs to have the 3-dimensional feeling of carvings. If you have enough floating soft silver, I advocate that you also lay another layer of floating soft silver threads. This way, you can better isolate it from the outside world's detection. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Uncle Hu, there will be enough floating soft silver in the future. Then Lin Yuan looked at the trembling Hu Tian and said solemnly, if you want a reward, sure. If you want a reward, sure. I'm never stingy with rewards for loyal people. However, I've always only given rewards to people with meritorious service. When will you be under Uncle Hu's command and satisfy him? When will I give you 5 earth element, heavenly maiden grade, elemental pearls? After saying that, Lin Yuan took out the treasured artifacts made from the treasure cave golden cicada's skin and stomach sac and released Lu Jie, Ji Feng, and the 8 spirit craftsmen. I've been using a book-chasing app recently. Cache books and read them offline. After the 8 spirit craftsmen were released, Hu Quan immediately arranged for them to work. Lu Jie looked at the underground palace in front of him and was secretly surprised by the progress of the construction. Lu Jie walked to Hu Quan's side and handed him a diamond-faced storage box. Uncle Hu, these are the dishes I cooked for you. They're all your favorite dishes. I've put these ingredients in food boxes made of spirit-nurturing wood. I've made about 15 days' worth, enough for you to eat until the next time I come over. Spirit-nurturing wood was a kind of very functional wood, and its greatest function was to keep fresh. The Spirit Food Pavilion would use food boxes made of spirit-nurturing wood to transport dishes. Lu Jie's food boxes were given to him by Zhen Lai when he was a guest. Hu Quan took the diamond-faced storage box from Lu Jie and said with a smile, "It's already my pleasure to design and build an underground palace. It's simply a pleasure to be able to eat your cooking on such a joyous occasion. It's really a blessing on top of a blessing." ABC, Chapter 1381. At this point, Hu Quan paused for a moment, then continued to speak. Lu Jie, it's more important for you to improve your strength at this age. You don't have to specially prepare food for me the next time you come. When you guys come, I'll eat some of your roasted meat to satisfy my craving. Otherwise, your cooking is so delicious, and I can't control my appetite. If I eat too much and get sleepy, it will affect the construction of the underground palace. Lu Jie shook his head at Hu Quan's words. Uncle Hu, it's no trouble. I made these dishes when I returned to the manor to cook. It won't take up much time. Uncle Hu just said that double happiness is better than one happiness. Lu Jie knew that Hu Quan was afraid of wasting his time. Lu Jie was not a person who was good at expressing his feelings. He would not say anything nice to people close to him. They would only move silently. However, Lu Jie did not know that Hu Quan had already understood his intentions. Hu Quan hated eating pig liver the most, but he loved eating lamb, offal, beef offal, and the like. Normally, no one in the manor liked to eat these things. It was obviously impossible for Lu Jie to say that he had done it in passing. Ji Feng had not seen Lin Yuan for some time. Back at the return from faraway mansion, Ji Feng had not had the time to talk to Lin Yuan because he had been in a hurry to set off. A week ago, Ji Feng's Karma Sword Orchid had predicted that the mother of Bloodbath had an ominous sign. Before Ji Feng could call and tell Lin Yuan, the Karma Sword Orchid predicted that the mother of Bloodbath would turn misfortune into fortune. Turning misfortunes into blessings was the most wonderful omen. Evil in front, good in the back. Once the misfortune didn't happen, there wouldn't be any good fortune after that. It was precisely because of this that Ji Feng didn't tell Lin Yuan about his prediction. He was afraid that the mother of Bloodbath would miss the opportunity to avoid the ominous omen. In addition to the mother of Bloodbath's prediction, Ji Feng's Karma Gladiolus had also predicted that something big would happen to Lin Yuan. This matter was so grave that even with Ji Feng's Karma Sword Orchid strength, he was no longer able to determine whether it was good or bad. This made Ji Feng worry about Lin Yuan. However, Ji Feng was afraid that he would tell Lin Yuan about this prediction that he could not distinguish between good and bad. This would make him hesitate about the path he was going to take next. After some consideration, Ji Feng finally decided to tell Lin Yuan about this matter. This matter was so big that it was impossible to tell if it was good or bad. If it was good, then everything would be fine. However, if it was the culprit, this matter might very well threaten his life. Therefore, Ji Feng couldn't care less. Ji Feng called Lin Yuan to the side and softly told him about the prediction. Upon hearing Ji Feng's words, Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. However, Lin Yuan's face did not reveal a worried or fearful expression. Lin Yuan was no longer the sickly person he had been in the Xia region. He was now confident that he could face any challenge. Even if he encountered real danger, he would not lack helpers. Currently, Lin Yuan's strongest helper was Bai Yan, who had returned to the swamp world to guard the territory. After the battle with the Shark Ray, Lin Yuan confirmed that Bai Yan had the strongest combat power under the Eternal Realm with his amplification. On the sea, Bai Yan could subdue the Sea Emperor at the peak of Immortal Realm with the immortal body. Ordinary peak, immortal realm spirit beasts couldn't have such power. Apart from Bai Yan, Lin Yuan also brought the extreme token that his master, the Moon Empress, had prepared for him. These were Lin Yuan's guarantees. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Lin Yuan was confident that he could face any challenge. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, Lin Yuan had to walk the path ahead steadily. Looking at Lin Yuan's expression, Ji Feng knew that Lin Yuan wasn't worried or hesitant because of his prediction. Only then did Ji Feng feel relieved. At that moment, Lin Yuan was prepared to go outside the underground palace and take a look. He wanted to see what extent the sea of white-bone lotuses that Silver Essence had nurtured had reached. As soon as he left the underground palace, Lin Yuan immediately received the surprise that Silver Essence brought. When Lin Yuan left, the sea of white-bone lotuses was only the size of a football field. Now, the sea of white-bone lotuses was at least 10 times larger than before. The sea of flowers spread toward the Iron Hammer Federation's border according to Lin Yuan's previous plan. The Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift that Lin Yuan had opened through the space-shattering stone cave was still constantly dropping alien insects. However, when these alien insects fell into the sea of white-bone lotuses, they simply couldn't cause any waves. They were completely devoured by those agile and cruel white-bone lotuses. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw the Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift suddenly spit out a green, chubby alien insect. Lin Yuan actually recognized this alien insect. It was called the acid corrosion tapeworm. The acid corrosion tapeworm relied on the acid in its abdomen to fight against enemies, and it was considered a Class 3 alien insect with a relatively weak defense. However, no matter how weak the acid corrosion tapeworm's defense was, it was still a Class 3 alien insect. In the sea of white-bone lotuses, before the acid corrosion tapeworm could struggle, a large number of insect patterns turned into bone insects that crawled all over its body. These bone insects easily bit through the acid corrosion tapeworm's skin and burrowed into its body. The acid corrosion tapeworm immediately hissed in pain. A large amount of acid gushed out of the acid corrosion tapeworm's body, corroding most of the nearby white bone lotuses. At that moment, a shadow holding a white bone scythe suddenly appeared beside the acid corrosion tapeworm. This shadow waved the white bone scythe in its hand and ruthlessly slashed at the acid corrosion tapeworm's body like a ghost. With just one strike, a large wound that was about 1 meter long appeared on the acid corrosion tapeworm's back. The 1 meter long wound on the acid corrosion sackworm's body that was cut by the white bone scythe instantly spurted out green acid. Before the acid could land on the shadow holding the white bone scythe, the shadow silently melted into the white fog. Just as the acid corrosion tapeworm's 2 bean-sized eyes were wondering why the enemy had suddenly disappeared, the shadow holding the white bone scythe reappeared above the acid corrosion tapeworm's head. The shadow held the white bone scythe and slashed down, and the half-meter-long scythe blade pierced into the insect's brain. It instantly took the acid corrosion tapeworm's life. Upon seeing the shadow holding the white bone scythe, Lin Yuan immediately thought that this should be Silver Splendor's exclusive skill, Hidden Dead Servant. It had been born when the Sea of Flowers was slaughtering a large number of alien insects. When Lin Yuan had left, Silver Splendor had only been a Bronze 3/Elite Fairy. In just 5 days, Silver Splendor had evolved from Bronze 3/Elite to Bronze 6/Flawless. Such an improvement speed was enough to show that Silver Splendor was still a carcinoma fae that was adept at expansion and destruction. The Hidden Dead Servant was an existence that would become stronger the more souls it devoured. This was obviously not the Hidden Dead Servant's strongest state. However, the Hidden Dead Servant was already able to kill Class 3 alien insects when Silver Splendor was at Bronze. It was hard for Lin Yuan to imagine how terrifying the Hidden Dead Servant would become after absorbing a large number of souls. It was hard for Lin Yuan to imagine how terrifying the Hidden Dead Servant would become after absorbing a large number of souls in the bone powder fog. ABC, Chapter 1382. Moreover, Silverflower's exclusive skill could not only produce 1 hermit dead servant, but 36 of them. These hermit undead servants could hide themselves or suddenly materialize themselves in the white bone mist. They were like invisible assassins hidden in the mist. When Lin Yuan had left, the white bone lotus flower mist had drifted above the sea of white bone lotus flowers. It could not completely block Lin Yuan's vision. But now there was a faint layer of gray fog hidden within the white bone fog. This gray mist should be the hermit mist that was born after the hermit dead servants appeared. When the 36 hermit dead servants were born from the sea of white bone lotus flowers, Silverflower could easily kill the 100-man team that infiltrated the forbidden area. Without using the white bone lotus flowers, Silverflower could easily kill the 100-man team that infiltrated the forbidden area. Silverflower had discovered Lin Yuan's existence when he had walked out of the underground palace. She had deliberately sent the hermit dead servants to kill the acid corrosion tapeworms. She had not seen Lin Yuan for a few days and missed him very much. Therefore, Yin Hua had shown him her growth over the past few days. As soon as they met, Lu Jia and Ji Feng had also walked out of the underground palace. Lu Jia looked at the white bone lotus flowers situation and then at the Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift before suggesting to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Silverflower's grade is not high now. However, a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift will no longer give Silver Splendor any pressure. Given the Sea of Flowers' current area, even if a few more Class 1 dimensional rifts are opened, the Silver Splendor will be able to handle it. Lin Yuan looked at Silverflower, who had landed on his shoulder and was rubbing her face against his neck. Lin Yuan touched Silverflower's silver hair, held her in his palm, and asked Silverflower, "Silverflower, if I open another dimensional rift like this, can you handle two of them?" Yinhua replied to Lin Yuan confidently, "Lin Yuan, including this, even if you open another 3-dimensional rifts of similar size, I will still be able to withstand it. Recently, I have focused on letting 2,000 white bone lotus flowers absorb the vitality of these dimensional life forms. These 2,000 white bone lotus flowers have absorbed more than 50% of the vitality of the entire sea of flowers, making them abnormally tough and strong. After testing, these bone lotuses that I specially cultivated can already hold Class 3 alien insects in place." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan gently shook his head. The next time he opened another dimensional rift, he could not guarantee that it would be an alien insect dimensional rift. Be it the swamp dimensional rift, the underground dimensional rift, or the abyss dimensional rift, secondary dimensional life forms' average individual strength was higher than the alien insect dimensional rift. However, Lin Yuan did not discourage Silverflower. Silverflower, who had transformed from a plant-type carcinoma fey into a demon-type, source-type life form, needed to grow and expand her knowledge. Lin Yuan stepped into the sea of flowers. After Lin Yuan stepped into the sea of flowers, these bone lotus flowers did not attack him. Instead, they gently swayed beside him. It was as if they were welcoming their master into a paradise made of white bones. Lin Yuan found a location far away from the Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. He took out the void-shattering rock and planned to tear open another Class 1 dimensional rift. Under Lin Yuan's control, the Class 1 dimensional rift opened up. This time, Lin Yuan had used the void-shattering rock to open an underground dimensional rift. Just as a large number of crypt life forms surged out, they were immediately entangled, sucked, and torn into pieces by the bone lotus flowers. Soon, the first Class 3 underground dimensional life form emerged from the Class 1 underground dimensional rift. It was a gargoyle. When the gargoyle emerged from the underground dimensional rift, it saw that the bone lotus flowers were preparing to entangle it and quickly flew into the sky. However, no matter how high the gargoyle flew, it was still within the range of the bone mist. Silverflower looked at this Class 3 gargoyle, and her eyes flashed with a silver radiance. Immediately after, the bone mist started to flow. The moment the bone mist flowed, the greenish-gray gargoyle's body turned white. At that moment, this Class 3 gargoyle was covered in bone worms. These bone worms used their sharp mouth parts to tear at the gargoyle's skin. No matter how hard the gargoyle flapped its wings, it was unable to successfully shake off these bone worms that were already nailed to its body. As long as the gargoyle was not stupid, it would not dare to land on the ground and use its wings to beat the ground. It would even use its body to smash against the rocks to kill the bone worms on its body. Right now, the ground was filled with bone lotus flowers that were eyeing the gargoyle covetously. Once the Class 3 gargoyle landed on the ground, it would be entangled by these bone lotus flowers that were specially enhanced by Silverflower, and it would no longer be able to fly. Finally, under Lin Yuan's watchful eyes, this Class 3 gargoyle was forcefully gnawed into pieces by the bone worms. Only the hard gargoyle's heart was left in the sea of bone lotus flowers. This gargoyle's heart was quickly transported by Yinhua's bone lotus flowers to the place where Yinhua specially hid her treasures. Since Yinhua was able to deal with dimensional life forms with high defense like the gargoyle, even if she opened up the abyss dimensional rift and the horned demon, which had the strongest single combat strength among Class 3-dimensional life forms, came out with a certain amount of bone lotus flowers, Yinhua would be able to exhaust the horned demon to death. Lin Yuan decided to respect Yinhua's words and used the void-shattering rocks to open up 2 more Class 1-dimensional rifts in the sea of bone lotus flowers. As a result, one of the two Class 1-dimensional rifts was a swamp-dimensional rift, while the other was an abyss-dimensional rift. The 4-dimensional rifts that had opened up on land were all gathered in the sea of bone lotus flowers. Inhua no longer had the energy to continue acting like a spoiled child in front of Lin Yuan when facing the alien beast tide that gushed out from the 4 Class 1-dimensional rifts. Inhua arrived at the center of the sea of bone lotus flowers and tried her best to control the bone lotus flowers to wear down the dimensional life forms that gushed out from the 4-dimensional rifts. Whenever a Class 3-dimensional life form gushed out from a Class 1-dimensional rift, Inhua would immediately arrange for her hermit undead servants to harvest it. She was afraid that Inhua wouldn't be able to deal with multiple Class 3-dimensional life forms at once. Lu Jia asked the insect queen to produce 2 Diamond X flesh-mincing blade insects to take care of Inhua in the Sea of Flowers. As Lu Jia had previously seen Inhua's Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers, he was surprised by the speed of the Sea of Bone Lotus Flowers development. However, it wasn't that shocking. Jifeng, who had followed Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation for the first time, was completely stunned by the scene before him. As the young family head of the Whale Ocean Trade's Ocean Sky lineage, Jifeng was experienced and knowledgeable. However, he had never seen a tumor fae that lived purely on slaughter transform into a fairy source-type life form. Furthermore, this fairy that wasn't even at the silver grade was a 6-winged fairy. Jifeng had been on the run for 10 years. At this moment, he suddenly suspected that the current Fey world was no longer the Fey world that he had known 10 years ago. ABC, Chapter 1384. Jifeng and Lu Jia naturally had no objections to Lin Yuan's words. They had come to the Divine Wood Federation to protect Lin Yuan. In the Divine Wood Federation, no one knew him. He did not need to hide his identity at all. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Blackie, which was rarely summoned in front of outsiders in the Radiance Federation. After Blackie was summoned, it happily circled a few times in the air. Then he landed beside Lin Yuan and said in a gentle voice, "You're right. Lin Yuan, you became smaller again." Lin Yuan looked at Blackie helplessly. In any case, every time he encountered Blackie, he would always be told that it had become smaller. After some time, Lin Yuan had gotten used to it. The diamond/fantasy breed Blackie was nearly 100 meters long, even though it was a support-type fae. However, Blackie's pure-blooded flood dragon species phase aura made the other fays in this forest shrink their necks in fear. Who would have thought that the dragon eye spirit siphon goldfish that only knew how to spit bubbles in the pond? It was a spirit-tied dark flood dragon that could transform into a pure-blooded WRM species fae. Lu Jia and Jifeng were no strangers to Blackie, who had been chasing after the rainbow celestial fish in the hidden dragon lake all day long. The duo followed Lin Yuan and rode on Blackie's back as they headed for Nanmu City. When Lu Jia was with Lin Yuan, he always took the initiative to undertake the investigation. Lu Jia, who had just sat on Little Black's back, summoned the Insect Queen. Then, he ordered the Insect Queen to release the Dimensional Light Moth. The Insect Queen entered the Dimensional Light Moth's body and created a large number of Hurricane Owlet moths. The Insect Queen could now skillfully control the inscription and absorb the insect species phase genetic model. This time, the Insect Queen had spawned nearly 100 Hurricane Owlet moths, all of which had large wings. Wings that were twice the size of normal ones allowed the Hurricane Owlet moth to fly faster. After these dimensional light moths were created by the Insect Queen, Lu Jia did not let them fly away immediately. Instead, he took out a handful of red tentacles and gave them to each Hurricane Owlet moth. These tentacles were the node tentacles shed by the ethereal jellyfish. Lin Yuan had given these node tentacles to Lu Jia a long time ago. It was impossible for him to spend a lot of time traveling in the Divine Wood Federation. Even though Blackie was a diamond/fantasy breed fae and had an extremely fast flying speed, it was still unable to catch up to Blackie. Therefore, the Underground Palace, Nanma City, and Oak City were the areas that he would be going back and forth between in the future. It was necessary to set up the node Tentacles. Lu Jia had ordered the insect queen to produce nearly 100 hurricane owlet moths in one go, which consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. At this moment, Lu Jia's face had already turned slightly pale. The hurricane owlet moth was the insect queen's platinum skill. The consumption of the insect queen to produce the hurricane owlet moths was more than 10 times that of producing a flesh-mincing blade insect. Without needing Lu Jia to say anything, Blackie, who was happily flying in the sky, had already thoughtfully used spirit injection on Lu Jia. After injecting spiritual energy into his body, Lu Jia quickly recovered the spiritual energy that he had just consumed. Through his spiritual energy connection with Blackie, Lin Yuan could feel its excitement and happiness. When Little Black was in the Return from Faraway Manor, its range of activity was limited to the Hidden Dragon Lake. No matter how beautiful the Hidden Dragon Lake was, it still couldn't compare to nature. He reached out and gently stroked Blackie's mane. He suddenly recalled that it had been a long time since he had relied on fays to fight. In the world of Beastmasters, controlling fays was the foundation of everything. He wanted to find the long-lost feeling of being a beast tamer in the Divine Wood Federation. At that moment, Lin Yuan, who was on Little Black's back, had already seen the town that Lu Jia had previously explored. Looking down at this town, Lin Yuan felt that it was more like a town. It was not that this was a slightly larger village. In Redbud City, the Xia region was considered a relatively small county. The Millstone town at the edge of Ascending Dragon City was the place with the worst infrastructure in the Radiance Federation. However, be it the Xia region or Millstone town, they were much stronger than this town. When Lin Yuan had talked to Luoya and the Dry Cliff Bandits, he had asked her a lot of questions. In the Divine Wood Federation, flying fays could fly directly above cities. Of course, there was a considerable risk in riding a flying-type fae to fly above the city. If someone in the city who was stronger than you found you an eyesore and attacked you, you wouldn't be able to escape. In that case, they could only rely on their own abilities. In this small town, naturally, no one was a match for Little Black. Lin Yuan rode on Little Black and flew above the town. When the 100-meter-long Little Black passed by the town, it let out a dragon roar. The dragon roar was loud and dignified. Little Black's dragon roar attracted the attention of almost everyone in the town. What surprised Lin Yuan was that these spirit chi professionals and ordinary people wearing spirit chi clothes woven with leaves or rattan armor didn't show intense fear when they saw Little Black. After confirming that Little Black didn't have any intention to attack, these people put their palms together and prayed. Some took out their cell phones and wanted to take a video of Little Black. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From this point, it could be seen that the people in the town had never seen such a mighty and handsome dragon species fae like Little Black before. When encountering a powerful fae, an ordinary person's subconscious reaction would be to avoid danger. However, the spirit chi professionals living in this town didn't do so. This was enough to show that the Divine Wood Federation's spirit chi professionals were very strong or ignorant. In such a small town, there definitely wouldn't be a Class 1 creation master. At most, there would be 1 or 2 healers who could treat injuries. This town's knowledge reserve was at an extremely low level. Using this town as an example, it was enough to see the gap between the Divine Wood Federation and the Radiance Federation. The main reason for the gap was that the Freedom Federation wanted to bet a Class 5 creation master path with the Radiance Federation on StarWeb. Every citizen of the Radiance Federation could freely log on to StarWeb through the StarWeb card. StarWeb allowed any Radiance citizen to have a clear understanding of the outside world. Books below Class 3 Lifestyle Class Spirit Chi professionals could be traded on StarWeb with Federation dollars. This allowed the Radiance Federation's citizens' knowledge reserved to be in a very high state. The combination of StarWeb and Ostrich logistics allowed goods produced anywhere in the Radiance continent. They could reach the hands of the Radiance Federation's citizens within 3 hours. StarWeb allowed the Radiance Federation to maintain a highly modern civilization in the Spirit Chi Awakening era. Now, this town in the Divine Wood Federation made Lin Yuan understand what kind of life was the normal life of the people in the Radiance Federation's outer world. In the Radiance Federation, because of StarWeb, if someone took out a Fae that wasn't produced in the Radiance Federation, it would be easily recognized by the Radiance Federation's creation masters. End of this chapter, Chapter 1385. However, the Divine Wood Federation's creation masters obviously couldn't do this, due to the lack of knowledge. In front of the Divine Wood Federation's creation masters, the Divine Wood Federation's creation masters wouldn't be able to defeat them. The Divine Wood Federation's creation masters wouldn't be surprised if they took out any phase. Lin Yuan was on Black's back, enjoying the cool breeze as he looked down at the vast forest below. In this federation where strength is everything, the strong are as noble as gods, and the weak are as lowly as ants. Everyone has to follow the most primitive law of the jungle, and I, an outsider, am no exception. Here, fists were reason, and reasoning with words could only be regarded as a joke. Lu Jie knew that Lin Yuan was going to Nanmu City to find Luo Ye to trade for the walnut tree. However, from the first time he saw Luo Ye and saw the way she stared at him, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Lu Jie couldn't help but be wary of Luo Ye. When Luo Ye looked at him, her eyes seemed to have several sharp hooks. These sharp hooks wanted to hook him and drag him into a fallen world. Lin Yuan was only 18 years old and didn't know much about the matters between men and women. As Lin Yuan's retainer knight, he would never allow a woman like Luo Ye to sully Lin Yuan. Lu Jie decided that he would follow Lin Yuan wherever he went in Nanmu City. He could not give Luo Ye and Lin Yuan a chance to be alone. Xiao He had already been flying for a few hours, and it wouldn't take long for him to reach Nanmu City. He took out his cell phone, found the note that Luo Ye had handed him, and dialed her number. In a large mansion in the southern part of Nanmu City, a short-haired middle-aged man was looking at a woman who was holding a phone in her hand with a displeased expression. She had a despondent look on her face. Seeing that the woman didn't listen to his words at all, the short-haired man fiercely put down the 2 red jade-like walnuts in his hand and said, "Xiaoya, are you even listening to me? The Huang family has already sent people to visit you several times. You were young and liked to play, so I can follow you. Now you're old enough to talk about marriage. The Huang family is the same as our Luo family, a 2-star family. Huang Yu is the son of the Huang family's patriarch, Huang Zhan. Other than Huang Yu, there are no other males in the Huang family. You will marry into the Huang family. When Huang Yu takes over Huang Zhan's position, you will be the matriarch of the Huang family. Father isn't forcing you to marry Huang Yu. It's not like you have to marry the Huang clan. But Huang Yu has always liked you. You should try getting along with Huang Yu first. After we get to know each other, if you really don't like me, you can tell me. I can help you reject the marriage." This wasn't the first time he talked about marriage with Roya. It was just that Roya rejected him previously because she hadn't had enough fun and didn't want to stop so early. the people of the Divine Wood Federation were open, and Luoya felt that there was nothing shameful about what she had done before. But after getting married, he could no longer indulge himself like before. But now, it was no longer because she hadn't had enough fun. A few days ago, Luoya had already calmed down. Luoya's mind was now filled with only Lin Yuan. After seeing how outstanding that person was, Luoya didn't even put Huang Yu in her eyes, not to mention marrying him. Seeing how her father was earnestly persuading her, Luoya placed the phone on the table and said, "Father, you have been recommending those 3 clans to me for so many years. Father, you have been recommending those 3 clans to me for so many years because our Luo clan's overall strength is the weakest among the 4 Class 2 creation master clans in Nanmu City. But our Luo family is a Class 2 creation master clan. So what if our Luo family doesn't get married to one of the 3 clans?" Roya let out a sigh in response. Luoya was still too young and couldn't think of the crux. Right now, Nanmu City had 4 Class 2 creation master clans and 1 Class 3 creation master clan. Right now, the Class 3 creation master clan, the Zhang family, was showing signs of wanting to integrate Nanmu City's creation master resources. Not long ago, the Zhang family even released the news that their patriarch had been promoted from a mid-class Class 3 creation master to an advanced Class 3 creation master. It was obvious that the Zhang family wanted to put pressure on the 4 Class 2 creation master clans. Among the 4 Class 2 creation master clans, only the Huang family and the Zhang family were related by marriage. The Zhang family's matriarch was the younger sister of the Huang family's patriarch. If Luoya could get married to Huang Yu, the Luo family would be using the Huang family to climb up to the Zhang family. The Luo family's strongest fae was a Platinum 3/Flawless Poison Dust Moth. However, the Zhang family patriarch had a Platinum X/Fantasy Breed Corrosive Venomous Snake Flood Dragon. The Luo family didn't have the strength to go against the Zhang family. Roya had always doted on Luoya. Roya didn't want to force Luoya on matters of the heart and sacrifice her happiness. Just as Roya was about to persuade Luoya, she picked up the phone on the table again. She said to Roya seriously, "Father, I already have someone I like." "Father, I already have someone I like." Upon hearing this, Rode knitted his brows immediately. However, Roya didn't get angry at Luoya and asked patiently, "Littleya, don't tell me the person you like is a member of the bandits that you invested in previously?" Hearing this, Roha remembered the rough men in the Withered Cliff Bandits who never bathed. She nearly retched. Seeing her disgusted expression, Roya knew that Luoya didn't like the members of the Dry Cliff Bandits. If it wasn't someone from the Dry Cliff Bandits, who else could it be? Could it be that Xiaoya was playing around with some guy and suddenly developed feelings for him? Roya decided to quickly cut off Luoya's thoughts. He wanted to let Luoya think about Huang Yu in peace. "Littleya, is the man you like in Nanmu City now? If he is, ask him to come home and let me see him." Luoya didn't know what Roya was thinking, but when he mentioned Lin Yuan's whereabouts, Luoya felt aggrieved. "I also want to know where Lin Yuan is." But it had been almost 9 days, and the phone still didn't ring. Just as Luoya was in despair, her phone suddenly rang. When Luoya heard the ringtone of her phone, her eyes suddenly lit up, revealing a ray of hope. Luoya turned on her phone excitedly and found that it was indeed Lin Yuan's call. Luoya nervously grabbed the armrest of the recliner and carefully cleared her throat before picking up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Luoya wanted to be more ladylike and wait for Lin Yuan to speak first. But for some reason, Luoya couldn't control herself after picking up the phone and said to Lin Yuan first, "Have you been busy for the past 2 days? I haven't seen you call me. When are you free to come to Nanmu City? I'll bring you around." There are a few small shops in Nanmu City that I've eaten in since I was young. They taste really good. Do some research and have a small explosion at the end of the month. I hope everyone can support me. End of this chapter. Chapter 1386. When Lin Yuan heard Luo Ye's words, he calculated the time and said, I should be able to reach Nanmu City in an hour. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Luo Ye stood up from the recliner excitedly. Then I will pick you up at the gate of Nanmu City. Luo Ye's voice couldn't help but pause awkwardly. It would take at least 1.5 hours to reach the gate of Nanmu City by riding the mist anti-poison moth. However, Lin Yuan would reach Nanmu City in an hour. She couldn't let Lin Yuan wait for her at the gate of Nanmu City. Thus, Luo Ye changed the topic. How about this? I will wait for you at the largest Nanmu Square in Nanmu City. It happens to be closer to my home. I have prepared 2 walnut trees for you. If it isn't enough, I can go home and get more for you. After Luo Ye finished talking with Lin Yuan, she hung up the phone. Luo Ye noticed that her father, Rode, was looking at her with a complicated expression. Rode's heart was in a dilemma. Rode had never seen Luo Ye so concerned about someone before. Rode noticed that Luo Ye's eyes were shining when she was on the phone. The light in her eyes couldn't lie. Luo Ye was so concerned about her sweetheart. So how could she be willing to contact Huang Yu? For a moment, Rode felt that things were a little difficult, although he could secretly kill the person Luo Ye liked. But if he really killed this person, Luo Ye was likely to think that he was the one who secretly killed him. Moreover, the walnut trees had always been a precious resource of his family. The 20 or so walnut trees at home were all precious treasures. Just the walnuts that were produced every year could be sold for a lot of money. When Luo Ye asked him for the walnut trees, Rode was a little relieved. He thought that Luo Ye wanted to practice cultivating high-quality walnuts. Now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. Luo Ye wanted to give the walnut trees as a gift to the person she liked. It was said that daughters would always help outsiders, and now Rode finally understood. Rode stood up and said sternly to Roya upon seeing that she was about to rush out of the door, Wait, don't be in a hurry. It's reasonable for your little boyfriend to do that. I should meet him too. I will go to Nanmu Square with you. When Luo Ye heard Rode say that she was going to see her boyfriend, her face immediately showed a sad look. Boyfriend? In Lin Yuan's eyes, he might just be a passerby who knew him. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan had to go to Nanmu City to handle some matters. Due to the previous agreement, he had to give her a call. However, Luo Ye didn't object to Rode accompanying her to meet Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's excellence could be seen at a glance. When he saw Lin Yuan, no matter what, his father would not force him to come into contact with Huang Yu again. This time, Rode wanted to go with Luo Ye because he wanted to intimidate her boyfriend. He wanted to let Luo Ye's boyfriend know how big the gap between him and Luo Ye was. Young man, don't always be a toad lusting after a swan. It wasn't that easy to be the son-in-law of a Class 2 creation master clan. Therefore, he summoned his main fae, the Platinum 3/Flawless Poison Dust Moth. As for why Rode summoned the poison dust moths, Roha was puzzled. She didn't know why her father was so serious. He had even summoned his strongest fae, the poison dust moth. However, Luo Ye was very happy with Rode's behavior. If she rode the platinum poison dust moth to fetch Lin Yuan, at least she wouldn't look too shabby in front of Lin Yuan and Lu's face. Luo Ye hugged Rode happily and said, Thank you, father. Thank you, father. Rode and Luo Ye were both calculating in their hearts. On the surface, Rode and Luo Ye were on the back of the poison dust moth and headed for the Nanmu Plaza. In Nanmu City, Rode and Luo Ye were famous people. Nanmu City wasn't a big city in the divine with Federation. It was just a city built with a Class 3 Creation Master clan as the core. Apart from the Class 3 Creation Master Zhang clan, Rode was the head of a Class 2 Creation Master clan. It could be said that he was one of the most respected people in Nanmu City. On the back of the platinum poison dust moth, Rode and Luo Ye received the respect of the spirit chi professionals and ordinary people along the way. At that moment, Luo Ye was holding a mirror and carefully examining her haggard face because she hadn't eaten or rested well for 9 days. The more she looked at her haggard appearance in the mirror, the more uneasy she felt. She was afraid that her haggard appearance would lower Lin Yuan's favorable impression of her. At that moment, Luo Ye couldn't be bothered that her father, Rode, was beside her. She took out her most precious cosmetic powder from her walnut. She wiped it on her face. This cosmetic powder was a mixture of crushed amber, water-type pearl powder, Wanyan flower juice, lotus heart dew, and gold fei oil. In terms of the production process, only Class 3 Creation Masters were able to use it. In a place like Nanmu City, this was the highest grade of cosmetic powder. The Zhang family's auction would only auction a bottle of this grade of cosmetic powder every month. Once it was auctioned, it would be desperately fought over by the various matriarchs and young ladies in Nanmu City. In order to obtain this cosmetic powder, Luo Ye had spent a considerable amount of deep Sanskrit dollars. Now that she thought about the expenditure of deep Sanskrit dollars, she still felt a little heartache. But now, this cosmetic powder came in handy, allowing Luo Ye to meet Lin Yuan with her best appearance. Luo Ye felt that the previous expenditure was simply worth it. Luo Ye applied the cosmetic powder, drew on her eyebrows, and tidied up her purple fur coat. Rode, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Rode had always been very concerned about his only daughter, Luo Ye. Before Luo Ye had left Nanmu City to train a few years ago, Luo Ye had always been by Rode's side. In Rode's impression, when his family held a gathering, the Zhang family's bigwigs would be present. Luo Ye had never dressed up so meticulously. As a father, he had to make some choices for the family. In the end, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his daughter. Rode couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. He was going to meet Luo Ye's sweetheart in a while. Should he secretly send someone to make a move on Luo Ye's sweetheart? Just as Luo Ye was done with her makeup and was looking at her rather delicate and pretty face in the mirror with satisfaction, a very loud but somewhat cocky voice came from behind Luo Ye. Yeah, Uncle Luo, where are you going? I saw Uncle Luo's poison, dust moths, from afar. I desperately consumed spirit chi, so that my stinger wasps could catch up. Hearing the voice coming from behind, Luo Ye frowned. However, his furrowed brows smoothed out in an instant. Rode immediately ordered the poison dust moths to stop in midair and no longer advance. ABC, Chapter 1387. Then Rode patted Luo Ye's shoulder, and she reluctantly turned around with Rode. Luo Ye saw a yellow-clothed youth standing on the back of a huge brown wasp. This youth wasn't ugly, but he had big and small eyes. One big and one small eyes made the yellow-clothed youth's eyes look wretched and lifeless. In terms of figure, the yellow-clothed youth wasn't bad. He was tall and strong. It was a pity that Luo Ye was obsessed with appearances. To Luo Ye, an ugly face was an original sin. Luo Ye's heart was filled with Lin Yuan and couldn't even be bothered to look at Huang Yu. At that moment, Huang Yu was smiling and wanted to greet Luo Ye. However, she didn't know that Luo Ye was already gritting her teeth and blaming herself for wasting the time to go to the Nanmu Plaza. Seeing that Luo Ye didn't want to talk to Huang Yu at all, Rode couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Rode asked Huang Yu, "Little Yu is getting stronger." "Little Yu is getting stronger and stronger. I haven't seen you for more than 2 months, and your main Fae, the Stinger Wasp, has been upgraded to Gold X/Flawless. While speaking, Rode was very surprised by the increase in strength of Huang Yu's main Fae, the Needle Wasp. Huang Yu's strength increased so quickly. The Huang family had really invested a lot in Huang Yu. When Huang Yu's creation master strength reached Class 2, she could take over the Huang family head's position at any time. Huang Yu had always been in love with Luo Ye, but Luo Ye had never been interested in Huang Yu. Rode was really afraid that Huang Yu would be tired of Luo Ye's attitude. Hence, she chose to marry the young ladies of the Meng and Li families. When Huang Yu heard Rode's praise, she said rather proudly, "This is all thanks to Aunt. This is all thanks to Aunt. She asked Uncle to help me raise the rank and quality of the Stinger Wasps. If it wasn't for Uncle's process of enhancing the Needle Wasp, the Needle Wasp's bloodline showed signs of mutation. The Needle Wasp that Uncle Luo is seeing now should be at Platinum." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Rode's heart shook. It turned out that the Zhang family head had helped Huang Yu enhance her Fae. Huang Yu's aunt married into the Zhang family and was the Zhang family's matriarch. Only Huang Yu's aunt would be able to persuade the Zhang family head to help a junior raise the strength of a Fae. This was the benefit of a marriage alliance. If Luo Ye and Huang Yu got married, the Luo family could use Huang Yu's relationship to become the Zhang family's distant in-laws. Out of respect for Huang Yu, the Luo family might be able to receive the Zhang family's favor. She watched as her father and Huang Yu chatted for almost 10 minutes without any intention of leaving. Luo Ye's heart became more and more frenzied. Luo Ye, who couldn't bear it anymore, said to Huang Yu, "Huang Yu, we need to go to Namu Plaza. It's urgent, so we'll be leaving first." With that said, Roha reached out and hooked her arm around his. He signaled Rode to let the poison dust moths fly towards the Namu Square. Huang Yu was already used to Luo Ye's attitude towards him. On the contrary, Huang Yu's eyes lit up when he heard that Luo Ye wanted to go to Namu Square. "Aya, Uncle Luo, are you going to Namu Square? Then we're on the way. I'm also going to Namu Square. Brother Zhang Tong will be welcoming Lord Jian Li at the Namu Plaza today. I didn't know that Aya was back. If I had known, I would have invited Aya in advance." After hearing Huang Yu's words, Luo Ye and Rode's expressions changed drastically. Rode didn't expect Jian Li to visit Nanmu City, a small city at the border. Zhang Tong, the eldest young master of the Class 3 Creation Master Clan, actually had the capability to establish a relationship with Lord Jian Li. Lord Jian Li was a well-known figure among the Divine Wood Federation's younger generation. He was ranked 83rd in the Divine Wood 100 sequence. Compared to Jian Li's glory and talent, Rode was more concerned about Jian Li's background. The Jian family was a veteran clan in the Divine Wood Federation's capital, Holy Forest City. Rode didn't know if the Jian family had a Class 4 Creation Master. However, the Jian family had 5 Class 3 Creation Master clans under their control. One of the Class 3 Creation Master clans even had a pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master. As the patriarch of a Class 2 Creation Master clan, Luo Ye had never heard of Jian Li's visit to Nanmu City. However, because of the Zhang family, Huang Yu was qualified to meet Lord Jian Li at Nanmu City's plaza. From this incident, it was enough to show that the Luo family was excluded from Nanmu City's core circle. After thinking about this, Rode made a decision. He had to matchmake Luo Ye and Huang Yu's marriage. At that moment, Luo Ye was feeling apprehensive. Just like the Radiance Federation, the Divine Wood 100 sequence members were also well-known stars in the Divine Wood Federation. In the eyes of the Divine Wood Federation's Spirit Chi professionals, every Divine Wood 100 sequence member was like an unreachable star. They were all on the dome and unreachable stars. Any member of the Divine Wood 100 sequence had supreme privileges and authority in the Divine Wood Federation. Since Huang Yu was going over now, it meant that Jian Li would arrive at Nanmu City's plaza within an hour. This was almost overlapping with the time when Lin Yuan arrived at Nanmu City's plaza. Lin Yuan wouldn't bump into Jian Li, right? Every member of the Divine Wood 100 sequence would be protected by an expert arranged by the Divine Wood Imperial Court. Although Jian Li wasn't a member at the top of the Divine Wood 100 sequence, he was famous for being overbearing. With Jian Li's status, it was impossible for him to allow others to arrive at the same place as him on an aerial fei. The place that she had just agreed with Lin Yuan was Nanmu City's plaza. Wouldn't that mean that she had harmed Lin Yuan? At that thought, Luo Ye hurriedly took out her cell phone and anxiously dialed Lin Yuan's number. However, after the phone rang for a long time, Luo Ye realized that Lin Yuan hadn't picked up the phone. After dialing several times, the result was the same. Luo Ye was so anxious that her forehead couldn't help but sweat. Luo Ye could be sure that Lin Yuan's identity wasn't trivial and was likely to be a member of the Deep Enlightenment Federation's hidden aristocratic family. However, if Lin Yuan really had a conflict with Jian Li, it would be in the Divine Wood Federation's territory. Lin Yuan, who was born in the Deep Enlightenment Federation, couldn't have an advantage. Huang Yu saw that Luo Ye kept dialing and wanted to go forward to ask who she was calling. However, she was afraid that going forward to ask would anger Luo Ye and become an outlet for her emotions. At that moment, Rode, who was standing next to Luo Ye, had a strange smile on his face. If Luo Ye could think of this, Rode could naturally think of it too. Rode couldn't wait for Luo Ye to be unable to contact her sweetheart. At that time, her sweetheart of unknown origin would be blasted to pieces by Jian Li the moment she arrived at the periphery of Nanmu City Square. With her sweetheart dead, Luo Ye would have no worries. With his understanding and reasoning, the disheartened Luo Ye would agree to be engaged to Huang Yu for the family's benefit. Huang Yu didn't treat Luo Ye badly. After getting married, Luo Ye would be the Huang family's young mistress and wouldn't suffer much. Luo Ye was tirelessly dialing Lin Yuan's number over and over again, but she didn't know that Lin Yuan had already put this rarely used cell phone into the diamond fei storage box after the call. ABC, Chapter 1388. Soon, Huang Yu, Luo Ye, and Rode arrived at the Nanmu Plaza. Seeing the nearby Nanmu Plaza, Huang Yu quickly said to Rode, "Uncle Luo, flying feis are prohibited in front. Why don't we park our flying feis outside the plaza and walk in? If we fly any further, even I will be attacked by my cousin's guards." After hearing Huang Yu's words, Rode quickly stopped the flying poison dust moths and ordered them to land outside the Nanmu Plaza. When Rode heard Huang Yu's words, he quickly stopped the poison dust moths and ordered them to land in the outer area of the Nanmu Plaza. Then, he recalled the poison dust moths into his spiritual spatial zone. Huang Yu had always liked Luo Ye, so she respected Rode very much. After Rode recalled the poison dust moths, Huang Yu eagerly led Rode and Luo Ye into the Nanmu Plaza. The Nanmu Plaza was usually the most lively place in Nanmu City, but it was currently surrounded by a large number of armored guards. It was heavily guarded. The plaza was no longer filled with vendors and spirit chi professionals who were strolling around. Along the way, Huang Yu had been greeting these guards, and they all recognized her. On account of Huang Yu, these guards didn't take the initiative to stop Luo Ye and Rode. They allowed Huang Yu to bring them in. Rode's expression didn't look good when he saw the guards' behavior. From the guards' eyes, Rode could feel that they respected Huang Yu more than he did. After passing through layers of guards, Rode saw a tall man in a green fur coat standing in the middle of the square. This person was Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong was surrounded by the Zhang family's trusted subordinates. There weren't any people from the other Class 2 creation master clans, the Meng family and the Li family. This discovery put Rhodes' heart at ease. It seemed like the Luo family wasn't the only one excluded from Nanmu City's core circle. The other two creation master clans, the Meng family and the Li family, couldn't escape the fate of being excluded by the Zhang family either. When Huang Yu saw Zhang Tong, she quickly walked over and shouted, "Big brother Zhang Tong, I thought I was already quite early when I arrived 15 minutes earlier. I didn't expect you to arrive before me." Zhang Tong turned to look at Huang Yu and saw Road and Luo Ye behind her. Zhang Tong turned to look at Huang Yu and saw Road and Luo Ye not far behind her. Zhang Tong furrowed his brows slightly. Nanmu City was only so big, and as Huang Yu's cousin, Zhang Tong naturally knew that Huang Yu liked Luo Ye. Thus, Zhang Tong didn't say anything. Early that morning, Zhang Tong had already arrived at the Nanmu Plaza to make preparations. Although the Zhang clan was the local tyrant of Nanmu City, the size and resources of Nanmu City made it impossible for the Zhang clan to develop further. If he wanted the Zhang family to develop further, he needed to find a breakthrough or a backer. This backer was Jian Li, who was about to arrive. He was from the Jian family. The Zhang family intended to make use of the Jian family's resources and connections in Shenmu's capital city, Shanglin City. The Jian family was also happy to control another Class 3 creation master clan in the border region. Moreover, Jian Li and Zhang Tong had a personal relationship, so Jian Li was willing to waste time on this trip. Huang Yu hurriedly explained when she saw the displeased look on Zhang Tong's face. "Brother Zhang Tong, Aya and Uncle Luo will follow behind me. I'll tell them not to cause any trouble. Well, I also want to bring Aya along to broaden her horizons." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Zhang Tong immediately knew what Huang Yu was planning. In the Divine Wood Federation, there wasn't a single woman from an aristocratic family who didn't desire wealth and clung to the rich and powerful. Huang Yu wanted to show off her connections in front of Luo Ye and use this to win her heart. As for Luo Ye, Zhang Tong didn't fancy her at all. Previously, the Zhang family had intended to choose a wife for Zhang Tong in Nanmu City. However, all the aristocratic women in Nanmu City were placed in front of Zhang Tong, and none of them caught his eye. Zhang Tong had been to Shenglin City to compete for the Divine Wood 100 and failed, so he wanted to find a young lady from an aristocratic family. Zhang Tong knew that only a young lady from an aristocratic family in Shenglin City could help him in the future. Although Zhang Tong wasn't interested in any of the young ladies from the aristocratic families in Nanmu City, he knew all the information about the young ladies from the aristocratic families in Nanmu City. There was a detailed introduction of what Luo Ye had been doing outside for the past few years. These detailed introductions made Zhang Tong worry whether his cousin's neck was tough enough and whether he could take on so many hats. No matter what, Zhang Tong didn't mind helping his cousin out. Luo Ye was so anxious that she almost cried when no one picked up Lin Yuan's call. When she saw Huang Yu explaining the rules in front of her father, Luo Ye had the thought of creating a ruckus in Nanmu Plaza and causing a commotion so that Lin Yuan could escape from danger. However, Luo Ye couldn't realize this thought. Luo Ye's strongest fei was the gold mist anti-poison moth. As long as Luo Ye dared to summon her fei, Road would stop her immediately without anyone making a move. Just as Luo Ye was getting more and more anxious and didn't know what to do, a sharp and ear-piercing bird cry echoed in the sky, and a black giant bird with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared in the sky. The giant bird's wings stirred up chaotic air currents and gathered into a 30-meter-tall tornado above Nanmu Plaza. The tornado created by the giant bird made the armors of the guards present clatter. On the back of the giant ink-colored bird stood a skinny and somewhat short young man. This youth was wearing a white fur robe, and the wind was blowing at the corner of the fur robe. The fur robe fluttered behind the short youth's back. Such a grade of white fur robe was rarely seen in Nanmu City. Compared to this youth's white fur robe, Zhang Tong's green fur robe was much cheaper. Behind this white-robed youth stood two sturdy men wearing black rattan armor. The ink-colored rattan armor that the two muscular men wore had some dark green leaves growing on it. They looked like living creatures. These black-armored men were the firm Wood Guards that the Divine Wood Imperial Court had sent to guard the Divine Wood 100 Sequence members. Jian Li looked down disdainfully from the bird's back. After seeing Zhang Tong, Jian Li was ready to let the Platinum X/Legend Blade Feather Eagle Bird land. Before Jian Li's Blade Feather Eagle Bird could land on the ground, the two sturdy Wood Guards on its back had already leaped down from the Blade Feather Eagle Bird's back. They surrounded Jian Li, who was about to get off the Blade Feather Eagle Bird. In the middle, when the blade-feathered eagle sparrow came to a stop, and the tornado created by its wings disappeared, Jian Li shook the white fur coat he was wearing. He calmly stepped on the neck of the blade feather eagle bird, which was pressed against the ground, and walked down from its back. When Zhang Tong saw Jian Li get off the blade feather eagle bird, he quickly took 2 steps forward and said enthusiastically, "Lord Jian Li, your flying type Fei is really extraordinary. Lord Jian Li, your flying type Fei is really extraordinary. A casual flap of its wings can create a whirlwind that can uproot a gold ironwood poplar." ABC, Chapter 1389. The short Jian Li patted the blade feather eagle sparrow's beak and said, "This blade feather eagle sparrow is just a flying Fei that I randomly chose from the bird stable at home. It isn't that rare. As for your Zhang family's platinum/fantasy breed corrosive serpent flood dragon, it should be very enjoyable to ride on. Your Zhang family's platinum/fantasy breed rotten venomous snake flood dragon should be very enjoyable to ride." The corrosive serpent flood dragon was Zhang Tong's father and represented the Zhang family's strongest combat power. Even if the Zhang family wanted to rely on the Jian family, the corrosive serpent flood dragon could never be taken out for Jian Li to ride on for fun. Otherwise, the Zhang family would lose all its prestige in Nanmu City and become a joke that the citizens discussed behind closed doors. Otherwise, the Zhang family's prestige in Nanmu City would be completely lost, and they would become a joke that the citizens discussed behind closed doors. When Luoya saw Jian Li, the last bit of hope in her heart was shattered. If he had arrived first, perhaps there would still be a chance to turn things around. However, Jian Li had arrived first, and the situation was no longer within Zhang Tong's control. Now that Jian Li had arrived first, the situation was no longer within Zhang Tong's control. Everything that happened next would be up to Jian Li. At that moment, Luoya, who was filled with worry and self-blame, felt Rhodes' elbow hit her arm hard. The intense pain brought Luoya back to her senses. Luoya, who came back to her senses, found that Jian Li was staring at her. Luoya immediately cursed inwardly. At that moment, Jian Li said in a playful tone, "What's wrong? You're dressed up so beautifully, but you're crying because you don't welcome my arrival? Or are you disappointed because you've only heard rumors about me before and realized that I'm not tall?" Jian Li's voice became softer in the second half of his sentence. However, Jian Li's words made Zhang Tong break out in a cold sweat. Zhang Tong knew that Jian Li hated it the most when others mocked his height. It was obvious that Luoya's crying expression had caused Jian Li to misunderstand. Zhang Tong didn't know if Luoya was disappointed by Jian Li's height. However, Luoya's crying expression when welcoming Jian Li was an original sin in itself. The Nanmu City Plaza was heavily guarded, and outsiders weren't allowed to enter. The Luo family insisted on entering with Huang Yu and incurred Jian Li's wrath. Such behavior was simply slapping himself in the face. Luo Yu was merely a member of a Class II Creation Master clan. Did she really think that she was a young lady from one of those influential clans in the capital city's Holy Forest City? With Luo Ya's identity, she should be careful even when breathing in front of Jian Li. Was she worthy of Jian Li and marrying into the Jian family? Even Zhang Tong started to have an opinion about Huang Yu, who had attracted Luo Ya here. Luo Ya, who was worried about Lin Yuan, was shocked by Jian Li. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. Luo Da, who was next to Luo Ya, was also panicking, but he saw that Luo Ya was in a daze and didn't come forward to talk to Jian Li. Rode mustered his courage and said to Jian Li in a trembling voice, "Lord Jian Li, how could my daughter be disappointed in you? My daughter is crying because the 100-man team that I managed previously encountered a dimensional rift at the border and was annihilated. Only I managed to escape. Because of this, my daughter has been grief-stricken. I didn't expect that she would lose her composure in front of Lord Jian Li. Lord Jian Li, you are charming and charming. My daughter only dares to look up to you. How would she dare to have any other thoughts?" When Rode had first spoken, Zhang Tong had thought that this matter might be over. If the bandit team that Luo Ya had joined had been annihilated, Jian Li wouldn't be so overbearing and make things difficult for a woman from a Class II Creation Master family. When the time came, he would get someone to bring Luo Ya and Rode down, and the matter would be resolved. But when Rode said, "I only dare to look up to you," Zhang Tong's expression changed. This sentence had violated Jian Li's taboo. Zhang Tong had personally witnessed Jian Li trying to curry favor with someone who was taller than him. That person had been executed because he had said the words "look up" to Jian Li. Zhang Tong saw that Huang Yu's expression changed and had the intention to speak up for Luo Ya. Zhang Tong coughed and looked at Huang Yu with sharp eyes. Huang Yu was worried about Luo Ya's situation and felt embarrassed that Luo Ya had disrupted Zhang Tong's plan. When she saw Zhang Tong's expression, Huang Yu was so frightened that she didn't dare to say anything. Jian Li's expression had originally been playful. Now that he heard Rode's words, Jian Li's expression turned completely gloomy. Zhang Tong came to Jian Li's side and said apologetically, "Lord Jian Li, they are the Luo family's family head and young lady. If Lord Jian Li doesn't want to dirty your hands because of them, I'm willing to help you deal with them immediately. If Lord Jian Li does not wish to dirty his hands because of them, I am willing to help Lord Jian Li deal with them immediately." After speaking, Zhang Tong whistled with a strange rhythm and a very high pitch toward the northwest of the plaza. The whistle sounded a little like a snake's hissing. As soon as Zhang Tong blew the whistle, a mighty neigh rang out from the northwest. This snake-like hissing had a hint of prestige that belonged to a WRM species Fey, a purplish-black, twin-horned Qilin snake that was nearly 25 meters long soared from the distance and flew toward Zhang Tong. While flying, this long snake, which had WRM species characteristics, hissed repeatedly and flicked out its black tongue that was nearly half a meter long. Its dark purple venomous fangs emitted an eerie chill under the sunlight. Before this giant snake, which obviously had a WRM species bloodline, arrived at the Nanmu Plaza, the air was filled with a fishy smell. This purplish-black giant snake was the Zhang family head's main Fey, the corrosive serpent flood dragon. In order to welcome Jian Li, the Zhang family head had specially released the corrosive serpent flood dragon. He had also made the corrosive serpent flood dragon listen to Zhang Tong's orders. Accompanied by the Platinum X/Fantasy I corrosive serpent flood dragon's hissing, the blade feather eagle bird's aura suddenly weakened, and it flapped its wings restlessly. It was obviously very afraid of the corrosive serpent flood dragon. Although the blade feather eagle bird and the corrosive serpent flood dragon were both pinnacle platinum fays, one was a fantasy breed, while the other wasn't an ordinary fae. However, one was a fantasy breed, while the other wasn't a normal fae. If they were to compare, it would be equivalent to a major grade difference. Fortunately, the blade feather eagle bird was controlled by 2 ironwood guards. Coupled with the creation master's taming, the blade feather eagle bird didn't go berserk and hurt people or flee in panic. Zhang Tong's words made Road feel despair and caused Huang Yu's expression to change. The corrosive serpent flood dragon was entrenched in the Nanmu Plaza and was ready to start a massacre at any time. It kept flicking out its black tongue, indicating that the corrosive serpent flood dragon was in a hungry state. Finally, Huang Yu looked at Luoya and recalled her father's teachings at home. She had no choice but to lower her head. The Huang family was also a Class II creation master aristocratic family. If it wasn't for her aunt, she wouldn't be qualified to welcome Jian Li here. It wouldn't be of any use if she pleaded for Luoya now. She might even offend Lord Jian Li and implicate the entire Huang family. ABC, Chapter 1390. Huang Yu liked Luoya, but she didn't have the intention to die for her. At the moment of life and death, facing Zhang Tong, Jian Li, and the terrifying corrosive snake, Flood Dragon, Luoya realized that she wasn't as afraid as she imagined. Instead, her heart was abnormally clear. At that moment, Luoya suddenly felt resentful. In Nanmu City, a Class II creation master clan didn't think about how to enhance phase, but to curry favor with a Class III creation master clan. When facing the divine, would 100, just a single glance from her, had caused a calamity to befall her. How absurd was this? At that moment, Luoya understood that strength was the root of everything. Currying favor was just a shortcut, compared to the fear of being swallowed by the corrosive snake Flood Dragon. When she thought of Jian Li's overbearing and ruthlessness, she felt even more worried. Luoya was increasingly worried about Lin Yuan, who was about to arrive. Zhang Tong originally thought that Luoya would beg Jian Li in fear after he summoned the corrosive snake Flood Dragon to please Jian Li. Who would have thought that Luoya was the only one begging for mercy? Zhang Tong could feel the growing impatience in Jian Li's eyes when he saw Luoya crying and trembling in fear. Zhang Tong quickly gave the corrosive snake Flood Dragon an order. Go, corrosive snake Flood Dragon, it's time to eat. Upon hearing Zhang Tong's order, the corrosive snake Flood Dragon's black body instantly slithered away. The friction between the scales let out an ear-piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, the corrosive snake Flood Dragon's massive body arrived in front of Luoya, and Luoya, just as the corrosive snake Flood Dragon was preparing to eat, a melodious dragon roar echoed in the sky. This melodious dragon roar caused Jian Li's eyes to narrow. Jian Li wasn't a creation master, but he was from the Sacred Forest City's prestigious Jian clan and had seen plenty of dragon species phase. Just based on this dragon roar, Jian Li could determine that the roaring dragon species Fei definitely had a higher bloodline than the corrosive snake Flood Dragon. This dragon roar didn't have a bloodthirsty feeling, but it was abnormally noble and elegant. It should be a pure-blooded flood dragon species, Fei. It wasn't strange for such a Fei to appear in the royal capital, Sacred Forest City, and it wouldn't be too conspicuous in Oak City either. However, it was rather strange for it to appear in Nanmu City. Could it be that there are other big shots coming to Nanmu City today besides me? Dragon species Fei's valued bloodline the most. If it was a pure-blooded dinosaur phase, roar, the rotten venomous snake Flood Dragon might not be so afraid. After all, dinosaurs and flood dragons were two different branches of dragon species phase. The pure-blooded flood dragon's cries were suppressing the rotten snake flood dragon, causing it to lose its desire to eat. When everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, they saw a 100-meter-long dragon gliding towards Namu Square from afar. After Lin Yuan released Blackie, it started to run around happily. It released its diamond/fantasy breed phase aura without restraint. Xiao Hei's pressure was clearly felt by everyone in the Namu Square. The appearance of the diamond/fantasy breed pureblood flood dragon made the expressions of the two firm wood guards guarding Jian Li turn grave. As the ink-colored giant flood dragon approached from afar, everyone suddenly realized that there were three figures standing on top of this handsome ink-colored pure-blooded flood dragon. The white-clothed youth standing at the front was caressing the black flood dragon's mane with an elegant expression. He had dashing eyebrows and red lips, and his facial features were so exquisite that people couldn't shift their eyes away. This youth might not be wearing the highly sought-after fur in the Divinewood Federation, but his white silk spirit chi clothes seemed to be rippling with layers of mist in the wind. This white spirit chi clothing should be woven from the mist silk that the Diamond Fae, water mist cold silkworm, spat out. The youth's waist was equipped with a belt studded with all kinds of pearls and jade. Many of the guards couldn't recognize the pearls and jade embedded on the belt. Only Zhang Tong could recognize the jade-textured wood and the blue pyroxene, which was only produced in the Class 3 underground dimensional rift. Just from the accessories on the belt, Zhang Tong could confirm that this person's identity was extremely prominent. Otherwise, it was impossible for a belt to cost at least 1 million deep Sanskrit dollars. As the young family head of a Class 3 Creation Master clan, Zhang Tong's insight was definitely not as good as Jian Li's, who was from the capital city's Sacred Forest City's aristocratic family. Jian Li could see more tricks from the accessories on Lin Yuan's belt. Zhang Tong thought that the light yellow wooden wheel embroidered at the edge of Lin Yuan's belt was jade-textured yellow willow wood. However, Jian Li could see at a glance that the wooden wheel on Lin Yuan's belt was not jade-textured yellow willow wood, but completely jade-textured jasper pear wood. The value of completely jade-textured jasper pear wood and yellow willow wood was hundreds of times different. As for the blue pyroxene, which Zhang Tong recognized only produced in the Class 3 underground dimensional rift, it was the most common item on the belt. The Milky Way jade and the sea vein stone were exquisitely embedded on the belt. The belt formed the scenery of the sea vein pearl. It was this belt that made Jian Li repeatedly examine Lin Yuan and see his black hair and eyes. Jian Li was sure that Lin Yuan was from a hidden aristocratic clan in the Deep Lore Federation. The Deep Lore Federation's hidden aristocratic clan controlled the entire On Continent's Chamber of Commerce and controlled 60% of the On Continent's wealth. Each of them was a colossus in the On Continent. Although the Divinewood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation had always had bandits attacking the Deep Lore Federation's caravans, their main purpose was to frame each other. Plundering wealth was just incidental. From this, it could be seen that the Divinewood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation were reducing each other's impression in the Deep Lore Federation's Chamber of Commerce. It was very important for the Divinewood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation to show the Deep Lore Federation's Chamber of Commerce's view. Because Jian Li was born in the Holy Forest City's Jian family, he would always know much more than ordinary people. This also made Jian Li more afraid of the Deep Lore Federation's aristocratic clans than Zhang Tong. It could be said that after confirming Lin Yuan's identity with a belt, Jian Li decided to rope him in, even if he could not become Lin Yuan's friend after a round of roping. At the very least, he would not become an enemy. When Jian Li looked behind Lin Yuan, he saw Lu Jie and Ji Feng behind him. Lu Jie was dressed in black armor, and Ji-Feng was dressed in a black robe. Neither of them were wearing fur coats, but Jian Li could sense an extraordinary air of nobility coming from them. Lu Jie was a Radiance 100 sequence member and a disciple of the chief guard of the Radiance Spirit Guards. If Lu Jie came to the Divine Wood Federation with this identity, the Divine Wood Federation would specially hold a reception for him in the Divine Wood Royal Court to entertain him. At that time, the Divine Wood City's aristocratic clans would fight to the death for an invitation to join the reception. Ji-Feng was very down and out when he met Lin Yuan, but he was indeed the young family master of the Whale Ocean Trade's Ocean Sky lineage, one of the 3 top factions. The aristocratic aura accumulated in his youth could not be erased no matter how hard he tried. Jian Li could be sure that the 3 people on the Diamond/Fantasy Breed Black Flood Dragon all had extraordinary origins. ABC, Chapter 1391. Lu Jie and Ji-Feng, who were dressed in black armor and black robes, were like stars surrounding the moon. It was enough to show that Lin Yuan had the highest status among the 3 of them. Roha was ready to die calmly, but he heard a dragon roar from the sky. Luo, you didn't expect it to be Lin Yuan. After all, Luo, you knew too little about Lin Yuan. She only knew that he had a white cat with many tails. When the Black Flood Dragon got close, Luo Ye's eyes were immediately attracted to Lin Yuan after noticing him. Previously, Luo Ye had been traveling with Lin Yuan and would secretly size him up 5 or 6 times every minute. Luo Ye believed that she could see Lin Yuan's appearance very clearly. Although his facial features had not changed, the change in his bone structure made Luo Ye feel that he was much more handsome than before. It was difficult to conceal the nobility of his temperament. If Lin Yuan had such a temperament back then, no matter how dirty he had smeared his body, he would not have been able to resist. Luo Ye would not just treat him as a lost member of a small caravan. In the midst of despair, the white-robed youth arrived on a dragon, like a deity. Luo Ye was mesmerized by the fluttering hair on the forehead of the white-clothed youth. Lin Yuan, who was on Little Black's back, was confused. He didn't understand why Luo Ye wanted to meet him in such a crowded place. Moreover, most of the people in the Nanma Square were guards. It wasn't as lively as Luo Ye had described. Why was there a platinum-level purplish-black snake in the square all of a sudden? In a city like Nanma City, such a fae should be a very high-grade fae. Lin Yuan subconsciously used Morbius True Data to check this black snake's attributes. With one look, Lin Yuan could not help but twitch his mouth. This Platinum X/Fantasy I Rotten Snake Flood Dragon's low-grade skill and first exclusive skill indicated that it was good at taking the physical route. However, the person who nurtured this corrosive poisonous flood dragon serpent had lured it to develop on the path of poison. He had arbitrarily changed the phase development path and didn't use pure spirit chi to guide it. This meant that the corrosive venomous flood dragon might never have the chance to evolve its bloodline again. When poison-type phase were at silver, gold, and platinum, they indeed had combat power that far surpassed other phase of the other elements. But if he went further up, the poison-type phase would be of little value. When they arrived at Nanma City, Lin Yuan patted Little Black's dragon horn and said, "Little Black, let's go to Nanma City." "Little Black, don't disturb the people. Restrain your aura when you're in the city." Lin Yuan's action of touching the Little Black dragon's horn almost caused it to go limp and fall from the sky. Previously, he had touched Blackie's dragon horn, which was the most sensitive part of a flood dragon fae. Blackie was very vexed. It had clearly told Lin Yuan not to touch the corners, so why was Lin Yuan touching them now? However, Blackie was not averse to Lin Yuan touching its dragon horn. Therefore, Blackie stopped reminding Lin Yuan and obediently listened to him. He retracted his aura. Xiao He withdrew the aura of a pure-blooded flood dragon, and the rotten, venomous flood dragon on the ground was immediately freed from its state of fear. The corrosive, poisonous flood dragon still remembered Zhang Tong's instructions. The snake immediately opened its mouth and attacked Roha. Compared to Rode, Roha was obviously more delicious. Therefore, the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon decided to start with Luoya. This scene made Lin Yuan frown abruptly, and he immediately ordered Blackie. Blackie, don't be afraid. Blackie, use Spirit Purity Burst to stop this corrosive, poisonous flood dragon. When Blackie heard Lin Yuan's order, it immediately swung its tail, and a black scale fell off the tip of its tail. Then, a ball of pure spiritual energy surged out of Little Black's body. After attaching this ball of pure spiritual energy to the black scales, Little Black flicked its tail. Blackie swung its tail and ruthlessly whipped the black scale. Just as the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon was about to bite Roha, the black scale blasted on the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon's body. It blasted a huge hole on the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon's coiled body. Under the intense pain, the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon raised its head and let out a painful hiss. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction when he saw Blackie's exclusive skill, Spirit Purity Burst. As an exclusive skill that Blackie had comprehended when it evolved into a fantasy breed, Blackie was naturally able to use it. However, when Blackie used Spirit Purity Burst, the spirit chi it used was far less pure than Lin Yuan's spirit chi. This caused Blackie's Spirit Purity Burst to be far weaker than Lin Yuan's. Blackie might be a support-type Fae, but when it came to a fight, its combat ability wasn't weak. Blackie might not be able to defeat a power offense-type Fae of the same grade when it used Spirit Purity Burst. However, it was still more than enough to defeat a power offense-type Fae that was one grade weaker than it. While the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon was hissing in pain, Roha pulled Rode to the side to avoid being implicated by the struggling, corrosive, poisonous flood dragon. The black flood dragon suddenly launched an attack, causing Zhang Tong's expression to change drastically. Even Jian Li's gaze turned gloomy. Could the three individuals on the back of the black flood dragon be enemies and not friends? Jian Li couldn't remember when he had encountered these three individuals on the black flood dragon's back. Jian Li turned to look at Roha and noticed that she was staring at the white-clothed youth on the black flood dragon's back with a burning gaze. Jian Li immediately understood that this white-clothed youth and Roha knew each other. This explained why the white-clothed youth on the black flood dragon's back would suddenly attack the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon. While Jian Li was pondering, the two Firmwood guards were afraid that the black flood dragon would continue to attack and implicate Jian Li. Therefore, without Jian Li's permission, the two Firmwood guards each took 2 steps forward and arrived in front of Jian Li. Subsequently, they summoned their Faes. The Divine Wood Federation's Firmwood guards were trained to protect the Divine Wood 100 sequence members. All of them were experts. In order to maximize the strength of their main phase, the Divine Wood Federation poured all of its resources into the Firmwood Guards' main phase. As a result, the Firmwood Guards would usually only contract one Fae. At that moment, a giant beetle and a golden-brown monkey that was a head shorter than Jian Li were summoned. The giant dark green beetle was 7 meters long, 3 meters tall, and 4 meters wide. It looked like a giant moving war chariot. The dark green beetle's carapace was like a mirror, and it could clearly reflect the surroundings. Just from the thick carapace and the giant beetle's clumsy movement, it could be seen that this beetle was extremely adept at defense. After the other golden brown monkey was summoned, its body quickly ignited with raging flames. The flames made the air above the Nanmu Plaza scorch, and heat waves kept surging from the monkey's body into the sky. This golden-brown monkey punched with both fists, and the fists each spewed out 2 pillars of fire. It was obvious that this monkey was an extremely adept at attack. The firm Wood Guard's main phase that the Divine Wood Federation had paired with the Divine Wood 100 had always been one for offense and one for defense. ABC. Chapter 1392. The giant dark green beetle and the fiery brownish-gold monkey stood in front of Jian Li, one on the left and one on the right. It immediately gave birth to a stance that seemed to be on par with the enormous inky flood dragon in the sky. When the 2 Ironwood Guards had just summoned their phase, Lin Yuan had used True Data to check on them. According to True Data, one of these 2 phase was a Diamond X/Fantasy 4 Wood Bullet insect. The other was a Diamond X/Fantasy V Exploding Fire Golden Monkey. The Wood Bullet Worm's combination of abilities and exclusive skills was outstanding. Its mirror-like back armor had the ability to reflect damage to a certain extent. However, if one were to compare them, the Wood Bullet Bug's potential was much lower than Chu-Si's golden jadeite yellow butterfly. As for the explosive fire golden monkey, it was a combat fae that cultivated both physical and elemental attacks. There wasn't anything special about the skill, it was just average. However, fays that excelled in both physical and magical arts usually didn't have any weaknesses in combat. Be it the wood shield bullet insect or the explosive fire golden monkey, they were both considered pinnacle fantasy breed fays. The explosive fire golden monkey was only one step away from welcoming the world cleansing and becoming a myth breed. This meant that the 2 black-armored men in front of the short man were both peak king stage powerhouses. Lin Yuan's original intention was to find Luoya in Nanmu City and obtain the walnut tree from her. He then took a look at Nanmu City's market to see if there were any fays like the clear yang flower for sale. He also inquired about the market price of fays like the clear yang flower that could produce chi phenomena. If there were many plant fays that could produce weather phenomena in Nanmu City, he planned to collect more of them in the city. This would allow Gray, who had been trapped in the spirit-locked spatial zone, to increase its strength. In Nanmu City, there weren't many plant fays that could produce weather phenomena. After he found Zhou Irin in Oak City, he would contact the Sincere E-Caravan. He wanted to see if he could use his relationship with the Sincere E-Caravan to obtain fays like the clear sunflower that could produce chi phenomena from the Deep Frost Chamber of Commerce in large quantities. However, the current situation was clearly different from what he had expected. When Jian Li saw that the 2 firm Wood Guards had summoned their main fays, he quickly prepared to berate them. If the fays were to assume an offensive stance, it would obviously make the atmosphere stiff. At that time, how would he be able to rope in and befriend the white-clothed youth on the back of the inky flood dragon? Before Jian Li could ask the 2 sturdy Wood Guards to retrieve their fays, Lu Jie's expression suddenly turned cold. What Lu Jie hated the most was people targeting Lin Yuan. Since the other party dared to put on such an obvious offensive posture, then don't blame me for being impolite. The spiritual energy in Lu Jie's body, which had just been replenished by Little Black, surged again. At this moment, Lu Jie's consumption of spiritual energy was even crazier than when he had the insect queen create the hurricane owlet moths. Night Leaning Moon had upgraded Lu Jie's insect queen to Diamond X/Fantasy V. With such a grade, the insect queen could freely control the grade of the produced insect species phase. The level of the produced insects would be changed from normal to Diamond X/Fantasy V. However, because Lu Jie had always been using the insect C tactic, he rarely let the insect queen produce Diamond X/Fantasy breed insects. This time, Lu Jie did not choose to let the insect queen produce the hurricane owlet moths, plasma moths, and electric caterpillars, which required a lot of energy and insect protein to produce. Lu Jie chose to let the insect queen mass produce the insect species Fei, the flesh-mincing blade insect, at normal. One after another, the insect queen produced Diamond X/Fantasy I flesh-mincing blade insects in the belly of the dimensional light moths. One by one, the dimensional light moths threw the flesh-mincing blade insects out of their bellies. In an instant, nearly 100 Diamond X/Fantasy I flesh-mincing blade insects landed on the ground and gathered into a swarm. They crawled toward the Nanmu Square with a mighty momentum. A total of 300 flesh-mincing blade insects did not make any insect sounds while crawling. With every step forward, the dagger-like insect legs would pierce the limestone slabs on the ground. On the undamaged ground, terrifying scars were drawn one after another. If it was a Diamond X/Fantasy I flesh-mincing blade insect, the two sturdy wood guards would not be afraid. After a simple battle, the two sturdy wood guards commanded their Fays to kill the Diamond X/Fantasy I flesh-mincing blade insects. After all, the wood bullet insect was a Fantasy 4 Fey, while the explosive golden monkey was a Fantasy V. However, when the insects formed a swarm, things began to change. Over 300 Diamond/Fantasy breed insects were a terrifying combat power that Nanmu City had never seen before. Such a team of flesh-mincing blade insects was enough to turn Nanmu City into a living hell. Even Jian Li, who had seen big scenes, could not help but gasp when he saw the swarm of Diamond/Fantasy breed insect species Fays. After doing all this, Lu Jie looked at Lin Yuan. He asked Lin Yuan if he wanted the flesh-mincing blade insects to attack the wood bullet insect and the explosive golden monkey. Lin Yuan shook his head gently at Lu Jie. The situation was unclear, so there was no need to make a move. The pinnacle king-class experts that he had to look up to a few months ago were no longer a threat to Lin Yuan. Killing those two pinnacle king-class experts would not benefit Lin Yuan at all. Just as Blackie was about to touch the ground, Lin Yuan waved his hand and stored Blackie in his spiritual spatial zone. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Ji Feng landed on the Nanmu Plaza in a carefree manner. Zhang Tong and the others' pupils shrank when they saw this scene. Everyone clearly saw that when the youth in white had stored the ink-colored flood dragon, he had not taken out the walnut that could hold items. This meant that the ink-colored flood dragon was this youth's contracted Fey. It was simply too shocking. How old was this youth in white to have a Diamond/Fantasy breed Fey? Jian Li was the divine 100 sequence 83rd, and his strongest Fey was only gold X/Fantasy. Jian Li had always been proud of his strength. However, compared to this youth in white, his strength was not enough at all. Upon seeing Lin Yuan walking in his direction, Jian Li hurriedly said to the two ironwood guards beside him, "What are you two doing? What are you two doing? Why did you summon a Fey when a friend is here?" Jian Li's voice was very loud, and it reached everyone's ears. It made Zhang Tong's heart skip a beat. He had gotten up early in the morning to set up this place for Jian Li. In order to help Jian Li vent his anger, he had even summoned the strongest corrosive serpent flood dragon. The corrosive serpent flood dragon had been seriously injured by the ink-colored flood dragon's attack just now. It was still rolling on the ground and hissing. However, facing the person who had injured the corrosive serpent flood dragon, Jian Li put on a smiling face. He even affectionately called that person a friend. When Zhang Tong heard the word friend, he only felt that it was extremely ironic. If that youth in white was a friend, then what was he? ABC. Chapter 1393. Lin Yuan did not know Jian Li, so he ignored Jian Li's greeting. Lin Yuan only knew Luo Ye, so he simply waved at her. He decided to ask about Luo Ye's situation first. Upon seeing Lin Yuan waving at her, Luo Ye hurriedly pulled the bewildered Roger and ran toward him. Previously, Rhodes' face was full of fear, thinking that he would be buried in the snake's stomach because of Roya's expression. Who would have thought that an ink-colored giant flood dragon would appear in the sky and save him and Luoya? Rhodes suddenly had a guess in his mind. Among the 3 people on the back of the enormous inky flood dragon, could one of them be Luoya's boyfriend? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have forced Luoya to interact with Huang Yu and marry into the Huang family. Didn't they see that even Lord Jian Li was expressing goodwill towards the 3 people on the back of the inky black flood dragon? Seeing the young man in white waving to Luoya, Rhodes was even more sure of his guess. Slowly, Rhodes stopped trembling and straightened his back. It was as though Rhodes' status in the Nanmo Plaza had become higher than Zhang Tong and Jian Li. Lin Yuan asked as he looked at Luoya, who had run in front of him. Didn't we agree to meet here? What's going on here? Upon hearing his question, Luoya lowered her head in embarrassment. Luoya turned to look in Zhang Tong and Jian Li's direction and discovered that Zhang Tong was looking at her threateningly. Roha's eyes flashed. He hurriedly turned around and said to Lin Yuan, "Don't worry. I didn't know that Zhang Tong was here to welcome Lord Jian Li, so I decided to meet him here." Fortunately, there was no misunderstanding. After saying that, Luoya lowered her voice and explained softly to Lin Yuan. Zhang Tong is the young patriarch of a Class 3 Creation Master clan in Nanmo City. Lord Jian Li is a divine with 100 sequence member. At this time, Luoya's heart was full of grievances. Just because her gaze was wrong, she almost died in the mouth of the corrosive poisonous snake flood dragon. However, Luoya knew that their relationship was too shallow. If she had to clarify her relationship with Lin Yuan, it was when they were facing the Class 2 underground dimensional rift at the border of the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. He owed Lin Yuan his life. Thus, Luoya did not tell Lin Yuan about the specific situation. She only said that it was fortunate that no misunderstanding had occurred. If Lin Yuan had not been riding on the Black Flood Dragon, it would have been a different story. Based on the situation just now, he knew that something must have happened here. However, Lin Yuan did not care about this. Zhang Tong was the young family head of a Class 3 Creation Master clan, and he could do whatever he wanted in Nanmo City. However, Lin Yuan did not take it seriously at all. If he wanted a Class 3 Creation Master, he would need less than 2 days. Genius was able to nurture a Class 3 Creation Master's 100 questions beast. A Class 3 Creation Master was worthless to Lin Yuan. However, Jian Li's identity as a divine would 100 sequence member piqued his interest. If Lin Yuan could use such an identity, he could quickly open the door to the Divine Wood Federation's upper-class society. At the same time, he learned first-hand information that only the upper echelons of the Divine Wood Federation could know. While Lin Yuan was interested in Jian Li's identity, Jian Li had already taken the lead and walked toward Lin Yuan. Upon seeing Jian Li walking toward the white-clothed youth, the 2 Atomwood guards beside Jian Li and Zhang Tong hurriedly followed Jian Li's footsteps and walked toward Lin Yuan together. When Luoya saw Jian Li and Zhang Tong walking towards her, she subconsciously shrank back in fear. Lin Yuan noticed Luoya's reaction. When he thought about the platinum corrosive venomous snake that wanted to devour Luoya, he roughly understood the current situation. Lu Jie had been paying attention to Lin Yuan's eyes and saw him looking at Jian Li with interest. Lu Jie immediately understood Lin Yuan's intentions. Coincidentally, the rotten, venomous flood dragon was struggling on the ground. In order to stop the bleeding from the large hole in its body, it quickly grew new flesh. The corrosive venomous flood dragon used its tail to bind the wound and continuously tightened its grip on the wound. This caused the corrosive venomous flood dragon to hiss in pain. Lu Jie immediately bowed to Lin Yuan and asked, "Young master, this little snake that hasn't even awakened its flood dragon bloodline has disturbed your peace. Why don't I deal with this little snake first? That way, it won't bother you again." Lin Yuan understood Lu Jie's nature and knew that he was not a murderous person. Although Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's retainer knight, he would not bow to Lin Yuan when speaking. Most of the time, Lu Jie would call Lin Yuan by his name. He would only address Lin Yuan as young master for some important matters. Lu Jie must have said this because he wanted to use this to open up the situation and let Lin Yuan take the initiative. Lin Yuan glanced at Zhang Tong, who was beside Jian Li, and revealed a pondering expression. It was as though he was considering if Lu Jie's suggestion was feasible. Upon hearing Lu Jie's words, Zhang Tong's expression suddenly changed. He was currently in the same despair as Luo Ya. The corrosive venomous flood dragon was his father's main fei, and the Zhang family's strongest combat power. Once the corrosive venomous flood dragon was killed, it would definitely cause his father's spiritual energy to be damaged. Class 3 creation masters relied on spiritual energy to concoct spirit fluids. Spiritual energy damage would cause his father to fall from his position as a Class 3 creation master. At that time, the Zhang family, a Class 3 creation master family, would cease to exist. Without his father, the Zhang family would immediately lose its value in Jian Li's eyes. The Zhang family had accumulated power in Nanwu City for many years and had always been overbearing. If his father fell, the Zhang family would lose their strongest combat power. The Huang family wouldn't target the Zhang family because of his mother. However, the Luo family, the Meng family, and the Li family would definitely join forces to resist the Zhang family. In addition, Luo Ya knew that white-clothed youth, and he might continue to attack the Zhang family after killing the corrosive venomous flood dragon. Zhang Tong turned around and looked at Jian Li with pleading eyes. He only hoped that Jian Li could speak up for him. In the end, Zhang Tong saw Jian Li looking at the white-clothed youth with astonishment. When Jian Li noticed Zhang Tong's pleading eyes, Jian Li merely glanced at him and didn't express anything else. Jian Li's indifference caused Zhang Tong's heart to turn cold. Jian Li originally thought that the 3 individuals on the inky flood dragon's back were of the same trade. The 3 of them had an extraordinary aura and looked like the young masters of the Deep Enlightenment Federation's hidden aristocratic clans. However, he didn't expect the black-armored youth to be the white-clothed youth's servant. Furthermore, this swarm of insects was a technique unleashed by the black-armored youth. The servant had the aura of a descendant of an aristocratic clan, and his strength was appalling. This made Jian Li even more unable to see through Lin Yuan's strength. Even his steps forward became a little hesitant, and he wasn't as calm as before. After Zhang Tong confirmed that Jian Li didn't have any intention to help him, he gritted his teeth and took 2 steps forward. He then knelt on one knee and said, "Brother Lin, I'm sorry." ABC. Chapter 1394. Young Master, the corrosive snake flood dragon is my father's fei. I didn't mean to offend you. Pain is a fei's instinct, but I didn't know that the corrosive snake flood dragon's hissing would make you feel noisy. I will immediately let the corrosive snake flood dragon leave this place so that it won't disturb you again. Zhang Tong's face was pale, but he was gritting his teeth and pleading. Lin Yuan had a rough idea of Zhang Tong's personality. Zhang Tong had taken a few glances at Jian Li before pleading. According to Luo Ya, Zhang Tong had welcomed Jian Li here. It meant that Zhang Tong and Jian Li had a certain friendship. As a divine Wood 100 sequence member, Jian Li's status was much higher than Zhang Tong, who was from a Class 3 creation master clan. But when Zhang Tong was pleading, Jian Li didn't speak up for him. It seemed like Jian Li was exceptionally cold, just as Zhang Tong thought that Lin Yuan wouldn't agree, and the insect swarm was about to move. Zhang Tong heard a clear and pleasant voice ring out in his ears. Since you said it, pain is a phase instinct. What is there to blame for a phase instincts? Zhang Tong was startled by Lin Yuan's words. Zhang Tong gently raised his head and unexpectedly met Lin Yuan's gaze. The youth's pure black eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and Zhang Tong felt as though he was staring into an unfathomable abyss. Jian Li revealed a surprised expression when he heard that Lin Yuan had spared the corrosive snake flood dragon. Jian Li took a step forward and said, Zhang Tong, why aren't you thanking this young master again? If this young master releases the corrosive snake flood dragon, your Zhang family will have to thank this young master. Why don't you hold a thank you banquet for this young master in your Zhang family's auditorium tonight? Jian Li's words made it seem as if he was trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation for Zhang Tong. It wasn't that Jian Li didn't want to help Zhang Tong, but he didn't have time to plead. In fact, it was because the bugs present made Jian Li very uncomfortable. Just now, 2 of his firmwood guards had summoned their fays and were in an obvious attacking stance towards that black flood dragon. These insects had been summoned because of the previous confrontation. If Jian Li were to open his mouth to rope Lin Yuan in, he was really afraid that Lin Yuan would reject him. In that case, there would be no room for change. The Jian family was a big family in the Divine Wood Federation, and the people of the Divine Wood Federation were open-minded. There were more than 20 direct descendants of the Jian family. Among them, there were 3 who made it to the Divine Wood 100 sequence. Jian Li was the youngest, and his ranking in the Divine Wood 100 sequence was the lowest. However, Jian Li had always wanted to fight against his 2 brothers. It was just that he had never found a suitable opportunity. Now, Jian Li regarded Lin Yuan as an opportunity that he might seize. In the great aristocratic families, even though everyone around them was related by blood, they were all cold. The only way was to climb up to the highest position. Only then could they enjoy power and splendor. This principle had been deeply engraved in Jian Li's bones ever since he was sensible. Seeing that Zhang Tong didn't respond immediately, Jian Li raised his leg and kicked Zhang Tong's calf. Only then did Zhang Tong come back to his senses from that pair of deep black eyes. Zhang Tong said hurriedly, In order to express my gratitude to young lord, I would like to host a banquet in the family hall tonight to welcome young lord's arrival in Nanmu City. It's also a good opportunity to welcome Lord Jian Li, who has also come from afar. I wonder if young lord has time. Lu Jie's behavior and Lin Yuan's approach just now were to let Zhang Tong or Jian Li build a suitable social occasion. Lin Yuan had just arrived in the Divine Wood Federation, and the help Luo Ye could give him was too little. This kind of grand social occasion was what Lin Yuan needed. I will stay in Nanmu City for a day and leave before noon tomorrow. I will naturally be free at night. Zhang Tong turned to Luo Ye and Rode and said, Little Ye knows you, young lord. Little sister, Ye knows you, young master. Little sister, Ye knows where it is. I will have to trouble Little Ye to bring young lord there. Luo Ye and Rode held their breaths when they heard that. They didn't expect that they would be personally invited to such an occasion by Zhang Tong. This was completely on account of Lin Yuan's face. Moreover, Zhang Tong's address of Little Ye made Rode know that after today's incident, the Zhang family would also become a trusted aid of the Luo family. If the Zhang clan took in the Luo clan as their trusted aides, they would be able to develop well in Nanmu City like the Huang clan. Rode and Luo Ye immediately accepted Zhang Tong's invitation with joy. When Rode and Luo Ye led Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Ji Feng away from Nanmu Plaza to the Huang family, Zhang Tong stood up from the ground. When Zhang Tong stood up again, the way he looked at Jian Li had completely changed. Although Zhang Tong's eyes were still filled with enthusiasm for Jian Li, there was no longer any sincerity. Zhang Tong's decision to abandon the Zhang family without hesitation made Zhang Tong's heart turn cold. He knew that even if the Zhang family tried to curry favor with the Jian family, it would be like asking a tiger for its skin. They wouldn't be able to get any protection and might be abandoned at any time. Since the white-clothed youth was attending the banquet with the Zhang family tonight, could he get rid of Jian Li and cooperate with the white-clothed youth? The white-clothed youth came from the Deep Enlightenment Federation and was dressed so luxuriously. He must have a lot of resources in the Chamber of Commerce. As long as a large Chamber of Commerce established a branch in Nanmu City, the city's economy would develop rapidly in a short period of time. Of course, this was just Zhang Tong's wishful thinking. Nanmu City's geographical location determined that the Chamber of Commerce couldn't establish a branch in the city. However, if the Zhang family could work for the white-clothed youth in the future, the Zhang family might be able to develop better than having a Chamber of Commerce establish a branch in Nanmu City. Everyone present had their own thoughts. Zhang Tong had originally planned to personally bring Jian Li back to the Zhang family to rest. However, Zhang Tong was already disappointed with Jian Li, so he found an excuse to clean up the mess at Nanmu Plaza. He let the injured corrosive venomous snake flood dragon bring Jian Li and 2 Atomwood guards to the Zhang family on the Blade Feather Eagle Sparrow. After Jian Li and the 2 Atomwood guards left, Zhang Tong heaved a sigh of relief and immediately saw the ashen-faced Huang Yu. Zhang Tong walked forward with an angry expression and stood beside Huang Yu without saying a word. When Huang Yu saw that everyone had left, she gritted her teeth and said angrily to Zhang Tong, "Cousin, could Luoya and that person already be together? Cousin, is it possible that Roha and that person are already together?" On the way here, Luoya kept making calls on her cell phone. It is likely that she was calling that person. "I want to go home now and ask my father to ask Uncle Luo. If there's nothing going on between Aya and that person, I want to get engaged to Aya immediately." Before Huang Yu could finish speaking, Zhang Tong viciously slapped him across the face. Zhang Tong had used all his strength in this slap, causing Huang Yu, who was 8 meters tall, to stumble. ABC, Chapter 1395. Zhang Tong said coldly to Huang Yu, "What is the identity of that young master? What kind of woman is Luoya? Why would that young master like Luoya? Haven't you heard that the rich and powerful families of the Deep Burn Federation practice monogamy? It's impossible for a woman like Luoya to become the matriarch of a hidden noble clan in the Deep Burn Federation. Tomorrow, that young master will leave. When that young master leaves, he won't bring Luoya with him. At that time, you can pursue Luoya again. I won't stop you. But if you force Luoya, it's very likely that the Huang family will be exterminated. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Think about it carefully." Zhang Tong had just noticed that Luoya was looking at the white-robed youth, but the white-clothed youth didn't even look at Luoya. If Roha really had a close relationship with the boy in white, then when the boy in white asked, Luoya would never be vague about the grievances she had suffered. Fortunately, Luoya had nothing to do with the white-clothed youth. Otherwise, none of the people in the square would have survived the attack of more than 300 diamond/fantasy breed bugs. Zhang Tong ignored Huang Yu, who was stunned by his slap. Taking a deep breath, he took out his phone and prepared to explain the situation to his father before Jian Li arrived at the Zhang family. It would also allow his father to make a judgment. Lin Yuan, Lu Jia, and Ji Feng did not stay in the Luo residence despite road, and Luo Ya's warm invitation. Instead, he booked a treehouse near the Luo family and prepared to experience the unique architecture of the Divine Wood Federation. Luo Ya, who had been rejected, was very disappointed. However, Luo Ya, who had been outside for many years, understood the ways of the world. She knew that it was impossible for her to be with Lin Yuan. Luo Ya forced herself to bury this feeling deep in her heart and decided to deepen their relationship in other aspects. Luo Ya changed the topic and said, "Lin Yuan, stay in this treehouse first, and then come to my house to have a simple meal. I'll give you the walnut tree that you need." Rode knew that Luo Ya was going to give the storage walnut tree to Lin Yuan, so he quickly slapped his thigh and said, "Our Luo clan has the most walnut trees among the 4 two-star clans, except for those seedlings that I've transplanted and whose survival is uncertain. There are a total of 26 walnut trees that can produce walnuts. If you want, I can give all of these walnut trees to you." Rode calculated in his heart, thinking that someone like Lin Yuan would definitely not take the Luo family's walnut tree for free. Rode also didn't think that it was possible for his daughter, Roya, to be with Lin Yuan. However, through Luo Ya and Lin Yuan's relationship, it was still possible to climb up the tree that was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's main purpose in going to the Divine Wood Federation this time was to obtain the storage walnut tree. This was to ensure that he could freely travel between the Radiance Federation and the Divine Wood Federation. Otherwise, when he returned this time, he would have to rely on the ethereal jellyfish's gold rank skill to harvest the condensed space crystals. Thus, Lin Yuan gladly agreed to Luo Ya's invitation. He was going to head to the Luo family's residence to take a look and see if the object-storing walnut tree was easy to nurture and how long it would take to produce a batch of object-storing walnuts. After successfully settling down in the treehouse, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie set off for the Luo family's residence. Ji Feng stayed in the treehouse and released his 2 fays, the Karma Sword Orchid and the Command Water Lotus. He also let the humanoid Karma Sword Orchid and the Command Water Lotus stay in Nanmu City to investigate the situation. One was to head to Oak City and investigate it in advance. Ji Feng took over Lu Jie's position as scout. On the one hand, he used the Karma Sword Orchid and the Command Water Lotus to investigate. On the other hand, he perfected the topographic maps of Nanmu City and Oak City. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was afraid that Su Iren, whose soul had been injured, would have an accident if she stayed alone in Oak City for a long time. Su Iren was a talent that Lin Yuan valued very much and was very useful for his development in the Divine Wood Federation. In particular, Su Iren's identity as a former Dark Envoy was also equivalent to a kind of resource. If Lin Yuan wanted to target the Dark Continent, as long as Su Iren was there, everything could be justified. The Command Water Lotus could heal soul injuries, so going to Oak City was the most suitable. Ever since Lin Yuan had treated Ji Feng, he had been cautious in the Radiance Federation. During his time in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, Ji Feng had received Lin Yuan's instructions to return to the mansion. In order to prevent being noticed by the people from the Whale Ocean Chamber of Commerce, he had hardly gone out. Now that he could send out the Karma Sword Orchid and the Command Water Lotus to move freely outside, Ji Feng felt the taste of freedom that he had not felt in a long time. After Lin Yuan and Lu Jie arrived at the Luo family, Luo Ya hurriedly set off to the backyard to pick fresh fruits. Rode arranged for the servants to prepare the meals with the highest specifications. Rode welcomed Lin Yuan to the main seat and left the second seat for Lu Jie. Rode sat in the guest seat cautiously as if Lin Yuan was the owner of this mansion. Rode, who was sitting in the guest seat, had been racking his brains on how to find a topic to chat with Lin Yuan. Rode was really afraid that if he said something wrong and offended Lin Yuan, it would bring disaster to the Luo family. Even Zhang Tong and Lord Jian Li wanted to curry favor with him. So the Luo family did not have the ability to offend him. In his anxiety, Rode subconsciously took out 2 red jade-like walnuts from his sleeve. He skillfully played with them in his hand. When Lin Yuan saw what Rode was playing with, he did not immediately recognize that they were walnuts. He had sensed the spatial energy and used Morbius True Data to check the 2 red jade-like objects. Only then did he confirm that they were silver/epic walnuts. When Rode found that Lin Yuan was interested in the walnuts in his hand, the smile on his face froze, and he revealed a reluctance. After hesitating for a long time, Rode gritted his teeth and handed the 2 red jade-like walnuts to Lin Yuan. "My lord, these are walnuts that I have been playing with for 7 or 8 years. They are at silver/epic. Look at this pair of walnuts. They have a big belly, high navel, and smooth texture. They are a great match. If you like them, I might as well give them to you." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that Rode had the habit of playing walnuts. Lin Yuan had seen normal silver walnuts before, and they were brownish yellow in color and not very eye-catching. The reason why the walnuts in Rode's hand were red jade-like should be because he had been playing with them for 7 years. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had seen many old men holding a pair of matched walnuts in their hands and playing with them. However, in this life in the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan had never found a group of people with such a hobby. ABC, Chapter 1396. Judging from how Rode treated the pair of walnuts as if they were his treasures, it seemed like they were Rode's treasures. Lin Yuan had always thought that the walnuts were storage tools for the Divine Wood Federation's spirit chi professionals. Now, it seemed that the walnuts had other additional values. If it was only used as a storage tool, naturally, the higher the grade of the walnut, the stronger its storage ability. After listening to Luo Ye's introduction of the walnuts along the way, Lin Yuan found that they really had an advantage compared to the Fey storage box. When the walnut's quality was promoted to legend, it would automatically divide into many core rooms, and each core room could store a living Fey. This ability to automatically divide space was not available in the Fey storage box produced by Ostrich Logistics. Of course, this characteristic of the walnut also made it necessary to do Fey trading in the Divine Wood Federation. There had to be a legend walnut. This made it necessary to have a very high threshold to do Fey trading in the Divine Wood Federation. Only major factions could do it. The higher the grade of the Fey, the easier it was to reach legend. A diamond/legend walnut tree required a Class 3 creation master to carefully nurture it for a long time. Moreover, the walnut could only be used a limited number of times. Each time it was accessed, it would consume the storage energy in the walnut. This made the walnut a consumable even if it reached diamond/legend. Lin Yuan had no interest in the walnut that Rode was going to give him. In the end, playing with the walnut was to let the skin and the walnut come into full contact. The walnut absorbed the grease from the player's hand and changed its appearance. Lin Yuan did not want to use his palm to feel something that had been soaked in the man's sweat for 7 years. Even if the appearance of this pair of walnuts was not bad, a Class 2 creation master would not be able to nurture a silver/epic object holding walnut. To nurture a silver/epic walnut, one would need at least a low-rank Class 4 creation master. There were no low-rank Class 4 creation masters in Nanmu City. This meant that this pair of silver/epic walnuts must have been bought by Rode at a high price. Lin Yuan thought about the pursuit of walnuts by those antique enthusiasts in his previous life. Lin Yuan roughly speculated that the price of the walnuts should be the lower the grade, and the higher the quality, the more expensive it would be. Perhaps the low-level, high-quality walnut itself was a luxury in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan intended to ask Rode about this conjecture. If that was the case, it would be the same as Lin Yuan finding a way to make money. I have my own pet. Since you've been playing with this pair of walnuts for 7 years, it's enough to show your love for this pair of walnuts. I never do things that take away other people's love. The base of your object storing walnuts is silver/epic. I wonder how much a pair of silver/epic object storing walnuts are worth. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Rode revealed a surprised expression. Walnuts were very popular in the Divine Wood Federation. Patriarchs and direct descendants of clans with a bit of status would definitely get a pair of walnut plates to play with. Speaking of the silver/epic quality walnut, he still felt his heart ache at the thought of it. For the sake of this pair of walnuts, Rode basically used half of the Luo family's resources as a bargaining chip. In the end, he snatched the pair of silver/epic walnuts from the hands of the Meng family head. Because of this, the Luo family and the Meng family became enemies. The Luo family and the Meng family had been fighting for the past 7 years, and they had often tried to trip each other up. It was precisely because of the dispute over this pair of object-storing walnuts. However, this pair of object-storing walnuts had been fought over many times when Rode had attended gatherings. It had helped Rode gain face. If Lin Yuan was from the Deep Brahmin Federation's hidden wealthy clan, it was impossible for him not to know the price of the object-storing walnuts. Although the object-storing walnuts were popular in the Divine Wood Federation, the creation masters who really cultivated them were often the creation masters of the Deep Brahmin Federation. The creation masters of the Divine Wood Federation set up their own clans, and their time and experience were used to improve their clan's strength. They simply did not have that many resources to tilt on toys like the object-storing walnuts. If they were to be attacked because they were weaker than other creation master clans because of cultivating the object-storing walnuts, that would truly be losing their will to play with toys. Just as Rode had some doubts about Lin Yuan, his gaze fell on Lin Yuan's belt. Lin Yuan's belt immediately dispelled Rode's doubts. To be able to use such a luxurious item, who else could this white-clothed youth be if not a member of the Deep Brahmin Federation's hidden wealthy clan? Rode explained, in order to exchange for low-grade and high-quality objects storing walnuts, one usually has to exchange items. If I have to convert them into Deep Brahmin dollars, I spent 8 million Deep Brahmin dollars when I bought this pair of object-storing walnuts. Upon hearing Rode's price, Lin Yuan secretly clicked his tongue. The price of the object-storing walnuts was really high. The purchasing power of the Deep Brahmin dollars and Radiance dollars was basically equal. 8 million Radiance dollars could buy a relatively ordinary silver/epic Fey in the Radiance Federation. On the way from the Nanmu Square to the Luo family's residence, Lin Yuan had paid special attention to the Divine Wood Federation's prices. In terms of other items, the Divine Wood Federation and the Radiance Federation's prices were basically the same. However, there was such a huge difference in the purchasing power of the object-storing walnuts. On the one hand, the object-storing walnuts were indeed too popular in the Divine Wood Federation. On the other hand, it showed that the Divine Wood Federation's high-class creation masters were indeed in short supply. Lin Yuan thought to himself, can I empty the entire Divine Wood Federation's resources with just low-grade and high-quality objects storing walnuts, not to mention the bronze/epic object storing walnuts? Even if Lin Yuan wanted to take out the bronze/legend object storing walnuts, it would be a piece of cake. However, in the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan would not take out the bronze/legend object storing walnuts. The bronze/legend object storing walnuts were equivalent to telling the people of the Agawan continent this world had the existence of the bronze/legend object storing walnut tree. The existence of the bronze/legend object storing walnut tree was equivalent to a Class 5 creation master. The appearance of a Class 5 creation master would make the imperial courts of the three major federations feel unprecedented pressure. At that time, the appearance of a Class 5 creation master might not necessarily become a common target of the three major federations. He might become the common enemy of the three major federations. This was completely unnecessary for Lin Yuan. However, if he only took out the bronze/epic object storing walnuts, he would not have so many concerns. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Rode continue speaking. I heard that a pair of silver/legend object storing walnuts appeared in Oak City. That pair of silver/legend object storing walnuts was auctioned for a high price of 31 million deep Brahmin dollars. In the end, it was auctioned to Oak City's second largest family, the Fan family. ABC, Chapter 1397. At this point, Rode paused for a moment before speaking with a rather longing tone. If it's a pair of bronze/epic walnuts, the price will increase by at least 10 million Brahmin coins. It may also attract the members of the major families in Holy Forest City to appear and compete for it. Rode couldn't stop talking and asked Lin Yuan curiously, Sir, you said you also have a hobby. I wonder if you can take out your hobby and let me have an eye-opener. As soon as he finished speaking, Rode immediately realized that there was something wrong with what he had said. He had really eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. What was the identity of this white-clothed youth? How could he dare to ask to see the white-clothed youth's hobby? Lin Yuan didn't blame Rode, but he couldn't take out his hobby in front of Rode. He wasn't afraid of Rode seeing it, but he was afraid of scaring him after seeing it. His string of elemental pearls made from Goddess Gerbera and Lan Lan Shan pearls was a treasure that even Class 5 creation masters couldn't nurture. As long as Lin Yuan took out such a thing in the Divinewood Federation, he would immediately become the target of public criticism. Rode felt that he had violated a taboo and didn't dare to continue speaking. Luoya had already walked over with a fruit platter. There were only a small portion of all kinds of fruits in the fruit platter. More than 30 kinds of fresh fruits were placed in the fruit platter, giving off a tempting fruity fragrance. The entire room was filled with the sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits. The crushed ice at the bottom of the bowl and plate made these freshly picked fruits look more moist. Lin Yuan thought, the Divinewood Federation is indeed a federation rich in plant phase. Lin Yuan hadn't eaten a small half of the fruits in this fruit platter. He could take a part of the phase that produced these fruits and cultivate them in the swamp world as a food-type material reserve. After Luoya put the fruit platter on the table, she took out 2 small trees that were 4 meters tall. Although these 2 small trees were only 4 meters tall, the diameter of the tree trunk was nearly half a meter long. 2 people needed to stretch their arms together to hug the tree trunk. The thickness of such a tree trunk was not proportional to its height. It made the 2 small trees look a little funny. However, Lin Yuan knew that after the height of a tree reached a certain level, there would be no obvious change. The thickness of the trunk had a lot to do with the age of the tree. With a diameter of nearly half a meter, it meant that these 2 walnut trees might really be 300 years old, just as Rode said. Lin Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the 2 walnut trees that Luoya had given him. During the meal, Lin Yuan deliberately asked Luoya if she had a fei like the clear yang flower that could produce qi phenomena. What surprised Lin Yuan was that the Luo family didn't have such a fei. However, he found out from Luoya where to obtain the clear yang flower, mist, windgrass, snow crystal orchid, fog sunflower, and other feis that could change the weather. Such feis were usually used by Class 3 creation masters and above to decorate gardens or indoor environments. 7 years ago, The Luo clan had a few pots of snow crystal orchids and infog sunflowers. However, these snow crystal orchids and infog sunflowers were exchanged for the pair of silver/epic walnuts. From Luo Ya's words, he knew that this fae that could produce weather changes was not cheap. However, regardless of whether it was noble or lowly, Lin Yuan did not take it to heart. In any case, no matter how expensive it was, the bronze/epic walnuts could easily be settled. After understanding the value of fays that could produce weather changes, Lin Yuan did not intend to ask Zhang Tong and Jian Li again during the evening reception. Since the Luo family could obtain such things before, it meant that they were not considered rare. In a big city like Oak City, he could use the sincere merchant caravan's relationship with equivalent money or supplies. He could easily obtain large quantities from the deep frost chamber of commerce. At that time, even if Gray did not absorb the outside world's chi phenomena, it could still smoothly increase its strength. After the meal, Lin Yuan rejected Luo Ya and Rhodes' invitation to stay. After making an appointment to go to the Zhang family at night, Lin Yuan and Lu Jia returned to the treehouse where they were staying. Lin Yuan immediately entered the spirit lock spatial zone and prepared to study how to nurture these 2 walnut trees. Chimey had left the range of Huey's coverage. Chimey, which was in the Divine Wood Federation, started a live broadcast. Chimey, which could not live broadcast, tried its best to stay on the phoenix perching Chinese parasol tree, absorbing the energy in the exceptional fire to temper itself. In order to reach Myth 2 as soon as possible and transform into a human form, Chimey had to do its best. Lin Yuan knew that Chimey was working hard and wanted to hold a fan meeting. Genius and the wind-speed rapid antelope were playing with a cloud of mist. The wind-speed rapid antelope stood in front of Genius to prevent the cloud from touching Genius. It was like a game of eagle catching a chick. Upon seeing that Lin Yuan had arrived in the spirit lock spatial zone, the cloud of mist immediately rushed toward him. Lin Yuan opened his hands and closed them when the mist was close. All of a sudden, he hugged Gray to his chest. Lin Yuan said, as he stroked Gray's wings, "Gray, wait for another 2 days. Even if you don't exit the spirit lock spatial zone, you will be able to increase your strength in the spirit lock spatial zone. When you reach Diamond X/Legend and comprehend the willpower rune, you will become a fantasy breed. When you go to the outside world to absorb the atmosphere, you will be shielded by the will of the world. You don't have to worry about being discovered." When Gray heard Lin Yuan's words, it happily flopped around in Lin Yuan's arms and played to its heart's content. At that moment, Genius arrived beside Lin Yuan. After carefully inspecting the 2 walnut trees beside Lin Yuan's hand, he said, "I'm not sure if I'll be able to find them." Lin Yuan, nurturing these 2 walnut trees doesn't require pure spirit chi at all times like nurturing the elemental shellfish. If you want the material-containing walnut tree to bear more material-containing walnuts, all you need to do is to constantly provide the material-containing walnut tree with nutritious liquid. App, it's really not bad. It's worth installing. It actually supports both Android and Apple phones. Currently, Fat Orange and I have buried over 40 types of swamp soil on each hectare of land in the swamp world. It's just right to use this land to nurture the walnut trees. If we use the life-form sacrificial fire to roast these walnut trees, we will be able to produce a batch of fruits in a week. But it will take at least a month for the fruits to ripen. Lin Yuan had a delighted expression. With Genius around, it saved him the trouble of using true data to investigate the walnut trees. If the walnut trees could really produce fruits within 7 days, even if the fruits were not ripe, they still contained sufficient spatial energy. It was enough for Lin Yuan to use as a consumable to travel between the Radiance Federation and the Mysterious Federation through the spatial tunnel. However, if he plucked the fruits before they were ripe, he wouldn't be able to obtain a complete walnut tree. Lin Yuan didn't mind at all. Of the 2 walnut trees that Luo Ye had given Lin Yuan, one had fruits while the other didn't. Lin Yuan stored the object walnut tree into the diamond face storage box and handed it to Genius. 166 Reading Network. Chapter 1398. He planned to let Genius nurture it in the swamp world. As for this walnut tree with fruits, Lin Yuan planned to take care of it personally. He nurtured it all the way to bronze X/epic. When the walnut tree was upgraded, the quality of the fruits would also be upgraded. This way, Lin Yuan would have the first batch of high-quality bronze object walnuts. He circulated his spiritual power and placed his palm on the abnormally thick trunk of the object storage walnut tree. In just a few minutes, the walnut tree's quality had risen from common to epic. The fruits that had been produced were even more plump than before, and their volume had also increased by a size. When a walnut is ripe, its surface will be covered with a layer of green peel. Only when this layer of green peel was removed could the original appearance of the walnut be revealed. Lin Yuan counted and found that there were exactly 60 walnuts on this walnut tree. If he was lucky, he should be able to get 30 pairs. He naturally did not need to personally peel off the fruit. Lin Yuan said to the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, "Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, use your wind blades to cut down these walnuts from the trees. Then use the storm to pick up the walnuts that have fallen to the ground." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's instructions, the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope immediately took action. The material of the walnut was extremely hard. Even if the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope used its full strength, it would still find it hard to leave a mark on the walnut. However, the green peel that covered the walnut was soft. Under the attack of the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope storm, the green peel would be completely peeled off by the storm. It kept the walnut in an unusually clean state. Soon, the green peel was torn into dust by the storm. 60 scarlet walnuts were spinning in the air. The sizes of these walnuts were similar, but the patterns were different. Thus, he did not need to spend much effort on matchmaking. He would be able to concoct 30 pairs of bronze/epic walnuts. Lin Yuan smacked his lips as he looked at the vermilion walnuts. The bronze/epic walnut storage and the bronze walnut storage that Lin Yuan had seen before were simply 2 different things. If this kind of vermilion object was played on a walnut plate, it was very likely that it would be coiled into a bright red color with a golden luster. No wonder he was so sought after by the nobles in the Divine Wood Federation. After putting away these 30 pairs of bronze/epic walnuts, he tried to cut off a branch and injected a large amount of pure spirit chi into it. Within a few minutes, the branch that contained the walnut had grown a dense growth of fine roots. As he continued to strengthen it, it grew into a normal walnut tree. In the end, he raised it all the way to bronze/flawless. After Lin Yuan had split and nurtured the object-containing walnut tree, its height would be the same as Luo Ye's object-containing walnut tree. However, the trunk was only as thick as Lin Yuan's wrist. This made him realize that the object-containing walnut tree that he had nurtured with pure spirit chi could not replace the object-containing walnut tree that had grown naturally for over 300 years. This was the accumulation of lifespan, and it was not something that could be achieved overnight with the cultivation of pure spiritual energy. This was another layer of charm that life bestowed to Phase. Lin Yuan put the bronze/flawless object containing walnut tree that he had just nurtured into the Phase storage box and thought to himself, "If I want to nurture an object containing walnut tree, I still have to have the Luo family's object containing walnut tree that has grown for a certain age." He looked at the time and found that there was only half an hour left before the appointed time. He hurriedly left the spirit lock spatial zone. he found that Lu Jie and Ji Feng had both taken off their black armor and black robes. They had changed into a set of gorgeous clothes suitable for attending banquets. Since they were attending a banquet, wearing gorgeous clothes was the most basic banquet etiquette. Wearing gorgeous clothes had nothing to do with whether the banquet was important or not. It was just a manifestation of personal cultivation. This was what Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had learned when chatting with the sincere E-Caravan. It was the common local customs of the Divine Wood Federation or the entire Agon continent. At that moment, Lu Jie was wearing a purple ceremonial robe with an embroidered copper cauldron embellished with hundreds of insect beast totems. Ji Feng was wearing a dark blue ceremonial robe embroidered with waves patterns and WYRMS leaping in the waves patterns. Since Lu Jie and Ji Feng had chosen dark colors, Lin Yuan took out the clothes that when you had known he was coming to the Divine Wood Federation. They were specially designed according to the Divine Wood Federation's aesthetic standards. This luxurious robe was the same as the spirit chi clothing that Lin Yuan had worn before, which was white. However, all the edges of this ceremonial robe that needed to be sewn with silk threads were added with a circle of black tiger fur on the neck of the diamond/fantasy breed dark-eyed scorpion tiger. The white was elegant and the black was grand. The black tiger fur and the white brocade collided, giving this luxurious robe an indescribable noble aura. The white brocade robe was pieced together with the scales of the dark-eyed scorpion tiger's tail into a black mountain stream. The center of the mountain stream was embroidered with white moonstone into a majestic white tiger. The middle of the moonstone was covered with a layer of fine black tiger fur. These black tiger hairs seemed to have drawn tiger stripes in the white moonstone. The upper half of the brocade robe had a white tiger roar that shook the valley, while the lower half was embroidered with 34 kinds of tiger totems using completely jade-textured white sandalwood. These embroideries using completely jade-textured white sandalwood on the white brocade were extremely inconspicuous and difficult to be seen at a glance. However, Lin Yuan's moon-white boots were also inlaid with 2 pearls polished with nightmare gold. Nightmare spirit gold was an extremely expensive consumable type of spirit material. It would slowly release spirit energy into the surroundings. The spirit chi released by the nightmare spirit stone was enough to make the lower half of the brocade robe completely jade-textured, and the 34 kinds of tiger totems embroidered with white sandalwood emitted a jade-textured glow. After changing into this robe, Lin Yuan left the room and prepared to meet Lu Jie and Ji Feng. Lu Jie was used to seeing Lin Yuan's handsome appearance. Lin Yuan was also a natural clothes rack. Even if he wore casual clothes, he wouldn't be able to stand out. Even if he wore ordinary clothes, his temperament would not be much worse than wearing luxurious clothes. Lu Jie was used to Lin Yuan. However, Ji Feng, who had little contact with Lin Yuan, was stunned when he saw Lin Yuan wearing luxurious clothes. Looking at the youthful Lin Yuan, Ji Feng suddenly thought of himself when he was 17 or 18 years old. At that time, he had also been the Radiance Federation's top genius and had been proud of his talent. However, compared to the current Lin Yuan, he was really not good enough. After 10 years of fleeing, Ji Feng knew very little about the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Ji Feng did not know if the current younger generation was as outstanding as Lin Yuan, or if Lin Yuan had already led the Radiance Federation's younger generation. Along the way from the treehouse to the Luo residence, the passers-by's eyes lit up when they saw Lin Yuan and his group. The people who lived in Nanmu City had never seen such a celestial being. Chapter 1399. However, these pedestrians didn't dare to look at Lin Yuan boldly. In the Divine Wood Federation, peeking at nobles and making them uncomfortable would result in punishment. No one was willing to cause unnecessary trouble because of a few more glances. If Lin Yuan wasn't so stunning, these pedestrians might have lowered their heads and hurried away when they saw him. Luo Ye had dressed up carefully for the reception at the Zhang family's auditorium. When she went to welcome Lin Yuan, Luo Ye had already put on makeup. She had even used the most expensive cosmetics in her hands. However, in order to present her best state, Luo Ye still removed the makeup she had previously put on. Then, she put on a more detailed makeup, and even drew an exquisite blue flower on her forehead. Looking at herself in the mirror, Luo Ye's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Then, she took her favorite purple fur and gently combed it with a comb. However, the more she combed the purple fur, the heavier her mood became. Luo Ye thought of the white spirit cheek clothes and the priceless belt on his waist when she saw Lin Yuan today. If she put on the purple fur and stood next to Lin Yuan, she would look like a poor girl. This purple fur was silently telling Luo Ye how big the gap between her and Lin Yuan was. Fortunately, after Luo Ye recognized the reality, her thoughts changed slightly. She was no longer thinking about how to like Lin Yuan, but how to ride on Lin Yuan's chariot forever. Given Lin Yuan's identity and strength, he had the absolute right to speak in Nanmu City. If Lin Yuan was interested in Nanmu City, could the Luo family become Lin Yuan's representative? Could they help Lin Yuan deal with matters related to Nanmu City? This way, she could at least use this opportunity to keep in touch with Lin Yuan. Before Luo Ye could put on the purple fur, she heard Rhode's voice coming from the door. "Little Ye, Lord Lin Yuan is here. Hurry up and pack up." Luo Ye could clearly hear the shock in Rhode's tone. Luo Ye didn't care so much and ran out with the purple fur. As soon as she saw Lin Yuan, Luo Ye couldn't move her eyes away from him. He was an elegant young master in a snow-white coat and black fur coat. He had an elegant appearance and a calm expression, showing the demeanor of a noble. This made Luo Ye subconsciously hide her favorite purple fur behind her. When Lin Yuan saw Luo Ye's reaction, he stepped forward and shook his hand. A light purple fur coat appeared in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan said as he handed the light purple fur coat to Luo Ye, "This fur coat came from a diamond purple plum jumping deer. This fur coat is enough for you to make a cloak before the banquet. Take it as a thank you gift for the 2 walnut trees you gave me." When Luo Ye heard his words, she suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. He had only given Lin Yuan 2 bronze/normal objects containing walnut trees. However, Lin Yuan had returned the diamond fey fur coat to her as a gift. This meant that Lin Yuan did not want to have anything to do with him. In the end, Luo Ye reached out her hand and took the lavender fur coat from Lin Yuan with slightly red eyes. "Thank you. I've wanted to give you those 2 walnut trees for a long time. You saved my life before. No matter what, I owe you a favor." While Luo Ye was feeling increasingly bitter, Rode was beaming with joy. 2 bronze, normal quality walnut trees were exchanged for a diamond fur coat. This was a great deal. From this point alone, Rode could tell that Lin Yuan was a very generous person. Or it could be said that a diamond fur coat was nothing to him. He was wondering if there was anything else he could give to Lin Yuan. While exchanging for some precious resources from Lin Yuan said, "You're right. You said that the Luo family has a total of 26 walnut trees. Are these walnut trees more than 300 years old? If these walnut trees are more than 300 years old, I want to trade this one for the 26 walnut trees of your Luo family." After saying that, he took out the bronze X/flawless walnut tree that he had just nurtured in the Spirit Lock spatial zone from the Diamond Face storage box. When he saw that Lin Yuan had taken out a walnut tree with such a thin trunk, he was shocked. Rode was a little disappointed. A walnut tree with such a thin trunk was less than 5 years old. A walnut tree that was less than 5 years old could not bear walnuts. What was the use of holding such a walnut tree in his hand? But when Rode took a closer look at the walnut tree in Lin Yuan's hand, which was only as thick as a wrist, Rode could not help but take a deep breath. Then, his face revealed an ecstatic expression. Lord Lin Yuan, are you sure you want to use this bronze/flawless walnut tree to exchange for our Luo family's 26 walnut trees? A bronze/flawless walnut tree would definitely bear bronze/flawless walnut trees. A bronze/flawless walnut tree could only be nurtured by a Class 3 creation master. Lin Yuan was using something of this level to exchange for his family's walnut tree. He had picked up a big bargain. This bronze/flawless walnut tree that was as thick as a wrist would become the Luo family's real money tree after a few years of nurturing. Although bronze/flawless walnuts were not as expensive as silver/epic walnuts, it would not be difficult for them to be auctioned for 3 million deep Brahmin coins. It would not be difficult for a pair to be auctioned for 3 million deep Brahmin coins. Rode had already thought of releasing the news that the Luo family had a bronze/flawless walnut tree. In Nanmu City and the surrounding cities, there would be many people breaking their heads to order a pair of bronze/flawless walnuts from him. Rode immediately went to the backyard and uprooted all 26 walnut trees. Looking at the 26 walnut trees that Rode had given him, Lin Yuan found that 8 of them bore fruit. Therefore, Lin Yuan left the 8 object walnut trees that bore fruits behind. He then placed the remaining 18 walnut trees in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and asked Genius to bring them to the swamp world to be planted. As for these 8 walnut trees that bore fruit, Lin Yuan planned to nurture them to epic quality first. He would then give them to Genius to bring to the swamp world to nurture. The bronze/epic walnut tree that Lin Yuan had just enhanced had borne 60 walnuts for him, including the walnuts produced by these 8 walnut trees. Lin Yuan should have 540 bronze/epic walnuts in his hand. That was 270 pairs. The rarer something was, the greater its value. Every pair of bronze/epic walnuts had a sky-high price in the Divine Wood Federation. 270 pairs of walnuts were enough for Lin Yuan to use for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 1400. In less than half an hour, Luo Ye had changed into a fur cloak and boots made from the Luo family's tailor's diamond purple plum jumping deer fur. After changing into clothes made from diamond fei fur, Luo Ye looked much better than before. After all, the fur of the diamond purple plum jumping deer was comparable to the white fur coat that Jian Li was wearing. It might even be better than Jian Li's fur coat. Under Luo Ye and Rode's lead, Lin Yuan did not ride Blackie. Instead, he rode on Lu Jie's hurricane owlet moths. The 4 hurricane owlet moths controlled the wind elements around Lin Yuan and carried him forward in the air. It was as though Lin Yuan was standing in the air. In Lin Yuan's opinion, this was a very low-key travel method, but in Rode and Luo Ye's eyes, it was shocking. Along the way, Rode and Luo Ye were constantly amazed by Lin Yuan's and Lu Jie's foundation. The 3 of them used 12 diamond moth fays as transportation. These 12 moth fays were not fantasy breeds and could not compare to the Black Flood Dragon. However, it was absolutely unimaginable for Rode and Luo Ye, who lived in Nanmu City. Was this the life of a hidden aristocratic clan's descendant? 2 sets of clothes of immeasurable value and 2 traveling methods that involved diamond fays in a day. This was simply too luxurious and extravagant. Jian Li, Zhang Tong, and the Zhang family's patriarch were waiting outside the auditorium to welcome Lin Yuan. For this reception, Zhang Tong and the Zhang family's patriarch had changed into the luxurious clothes that they usually wore when attending grand gatherings. However, after seeing Lin Yuan, Ji Feng, and Lu Jia, Jian Li, Zhang Tong, and the others suddenly felt that there was actually no difference whether they wore luxurious clothes or not. That was right. Their luxurious clothes could not even compare to the casual clothes they wore during the day. There was nothing to be ashamed of if they could not compare to luxurious clothes. The way the three of them dressed and traveled to this banquet let everyone present know who the real distinguished guests of this banquet were. After receiving Zhang Tong's call, the Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Xian, was very disappointed with Jian Li's approach. During this period of time, Zhang Xian had been weighing the pros and cons of relying on the Jian family. From the rotten, venomous snake flood dragon incident, it was enough to show that relying on the Jian family was not reliable at all. At a critical moment, the Zhang family was likely to be abandoned by the Jian family. The reason why the Zhang family relied on the Jian family was to seek development. If the Jian family couldn't meet the expectations of the Zhang family, no matter how powerful the Jian family was, there was no need for the Zhang family to rely on the Jian family. Of course, he still had to keep up appearances and lick Jian Li's boots. It was better not to let Jian Li notice anything. The night was waning, and the nightmare spirit gold beads embedded on Lin Yuan's white boots released spirit qi that permeated the 34 tiger-shaped totems embroidered with completely jade-textured white sandalwood patterns. It made Lin Yuan feel as though 34 white tigers with different postures were crawling under his feet. With every step Lin Yuan took, he would have an indescribable aura. It was as if a white tiger was accompanying him. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Zhang Tong prepared to welcome him as the host. However, just as Zhang Tong was about to step forward, he was stopped by Jian Li. Jian Li quickly stepped forward and walked to Lin Yuan's side. "How should I address you, young master?" Young master's attire is really a little out of place in Nanmu City. Even in Holy Forest City, young master's luxurious attire is definitely like this. As he spoke, Jian Li gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up with a bright smile on his face, making it clear that he wanted to befriend Lin Yuan. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan couldn't help but raise his brows. This set of luxurious attire could only be considered to be above average among all of his clothes. When you had recently made a lot of clothes for Lin Yuan, and those clothes were even embroidered with heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Compared to those, this set of luxurious attire was much inferior. Jian Li's words definitely had some suspicion that he was trying to befriend and curry favor with Lin Yuan. However, Jian Li's words were enough for Lin Yuan to understand the living conditions of those aristocrats in the Divine Wood Federation's capital, Holy Forest City. As the 83rd sequence of the Divine Wood 100, the people Jian Li came into contact with were definitely not the top of the Divine Wood Federation. However, Jian Li's words just now showed that he had seen similar luxurious attire. This was enough to prove that the aristocrats of the Divine Wood Federation were extravagant. However, the more extravagant these aristocrats were, the better it was. The more extravagant these noble descendants were, the more expensive the bronze/epic walnuts in Lin Yuan's hands would be. Lin Yuan didn't ignore Jian Li's goodwill. "My surname is Lin," Jian Li replied with a smile. "Young Master Lin, today at Nanma Square, everything was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. If young Master Lin goes to St. Forest City in the future, please inform me. Who knows, I might be able to help young Master Lin in some matters." Jian Li went straight to the point and expressed his purpose. Because Jian Li knew that a person who could wear such luxurious clothes wouldn't be in the mood to chat with him. If he didn't get to the point, he might be annoyed. Jian Li did not clearly state his identity in this sentence. However, Luo Ye had already told Lin Yuan about her identity. Jian Li's seemingly friendly words indicated what he could do for Lin Yuan if they were friends. This way of communication was very popular among the nobles of the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan was originally thinking about how to get in touch with Jian Li at the banquet. Now, he hadn't done anything, and Jian Li had taken the initiative to make friends with him. I'll go to St. Forest City in the future. If there's anything, I naturally won't be polite and will trouble young Master Jian. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's response, Jian Li hurriedly turned sideways and said, "The Zhang family's banquet is well organized. I deliberately asked the Zhang family to add a few dishes. Young Master Lin, take a look and see if they suit your taste." While turning sideways, Jian Li's gaze landed on Luo Ya. With just one glance, Jian Li could see how extraordinary the purple fur cloak on Luo Ya was. The dark purple cloak that Luo Ya had been wearing had rough and dry fur, making her look like a country girl. But now, Luo Ya's light purple fur coat actually emitted a faint light purple soft light against the starlight in the night. It seemed that the light purple fur coat on Luo Ya was definitely from a diamond fae. It was impossible for the Luo family to obtain such a fur coat. A platinum ferocious beast was enough to destroy the Luo family. Luo Ya had just invited Lin Yuan to the Luo family as a guest in the morning, and she was now wearing such a diamond light purple fur coat. The origin of this light purple fur coat was self-evident. Jian Li sighed inwardly at the Luo family's good luck. A diamond rank fur coat of such quality would cost at least 1 million Brahmin coins to bid for. As a direct descendant of an aristocratic family in St. Forest City, the fur coat he used was only of this standard. End of this chapter. Chapter 14:01. Zhang Tong and Zhang Xian had already noticed the light purple fur coat that Luo Ya was wearing. Zhang Xian immediately understood how he should treat the Luo family in the future. In the future, the Luo family would have to support this Nanmucheng. However, before Zhang Xian and Zhang Tong could feel envious of the Luo clan, they were infuriated by Jian Li's words. This was an apology reception hosted by the Zhang family to welcome young Master Lin. Zhang Tong had wanted to apologize earlier, but you had stopped him. Now it was as if you, Jian Li, had become the host of the banquet. What do you mean you deliberately added a lot to this banquet? You never showed up in the hall all afternoon. This cocktail party that the Zhang family had arranged with real money had instead become a wedding dress for Jian Li. This caused Zhang Tong and Zhang Xian to feel even more indignant. However, neither of them had the guts to show their dissatisfaction to Jian Li. However, this also made Zhang Tong realize that it wasn't just the Jian family that he couldn't rely on. Jian Li was also a person that he definitely couldn't befriend. After entering the auditorium, Lin Yuan realized that apart from all kinds of spirit fruits, there were all kinds of roasted spirit beast meat. When paired with the red and yellow sauce, Lin Yuan didn't have much of an appetite. Lin Yuan, who had come to the Divine Wood Federation to train for a period of time, had eaten barbecue many times. Compared to the barbecued meat and spirit fruits, Lin Yuan preferred to eat the exquisite side dishes and snacks made by Lu Jia and Zhong Zhe. Jian Li stood by Lin Yuan's side for the entire night, thinking of ways to strike up a conversation with Lin Yuan and speculating his identity. He wanted to see which hidden aristocratic clan in the Deep Lush Federation he came from. However, the more he tried, the more dizzy Jian Li felt. Sensing that Lu Jia was obviously a little impatient, Jian Li walked up to the Zhang family's head, Zhang Xian. He was prepared to discuss the cooperation with Zhang Xian. Upon seeing Jian Li leave Lin Yuan's side, Zhang Tong hurried over. He bowed deeply to Lin Yuan and said, "You're right, young Master Lin. Thank you for forgiving the corrosive serpent flood dragon at the Nanmu Square. This is an apology gift from my father. After saying that, Zhang Tong took out a wooden box and solemnly handed it to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan saw the wooden box that Zhang Tong handed over, he revealed a playful expression. Lin Yuan had long seen through the twists and turns on the Nanmu Plaza. If he didn't have the strength, he was afraid that after the rotten snake, Jiao Dragon ate Luoya and Road, he wouldn't be able to survive. He would also become a meal for the corrosive, venomous flood dragon. This apology cocktail prepared for him would become Jian Li's welcoming party. At this time, he might have already been pulled out by the corrosive, poisonous flood dragon. Ji Feng, who was standing behind Lin Yuan, stepped forward and opened the wooden box in Zhang Tong's hand. Lin Yuan found a pair of bronze/flawless object storage walnuts lying in this wooden box. It was likely that the Zhang family's patriarch, Zhang Xian, had personally nurtured it. A pair of apologetic items worth around 3 million Brahmin coins was enough to show the sincerity of the Zhang family. However, Lin Yuan was not interested in this pair of bronze/flawless object holding walnuts. Lin Yuan reached out to grab the pair of walnuts and played with them. The two walnuts collided and let out a crisp sound. Upon seeing Lin Yuan take the pair of walnuts, Zhang Tong's face immediately lit up. However, when Zhang Tong looked up, he saw Lin Yuan throw the pair of bronze/flawless object holding walnuts back to him. "I'm not interested in your Zhang family's apologetic gift. This banquet is so boring. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Lin Yuan said this because this cocktail party was indeed boring. Secondly, Lin Yuan wanted to use this method to force Zhang Tong to reveal the Zhang family's purpose as soon as possible. If the Zhang family had no purpose, there would be no need to give him an apologetic gift. Since they wanted to give an apologetic gift to build a relationship, the Zhang family must have a motive. On the way from the underground palace to Nanmu City, Lin Yuan realized that Nanmu City's geographical location was very special. Outside Nanmu City was a boundless ironwood forest, which was considered a kind of cash crop. However, the ironwood's roots could penetrate 100 meters into the ground. In addition, it was very difficult for Fays below Silver to cut off a branch from the ironwood forest. This made it very difficult for Nanmu City to expand. As a result, Nanmu City became the southernmost border city of the Divine Wood Federation. One side of Nanmu City was a high mountain, while the other side was a rapid river. This made Nanmu City an isolated city between two natural barriers. In the future, once the forbidden area created by Silver Splendor was discovered by the world, the Divine Wood Federation's experts would want to explore the forbidden area. The only choice would be Nanmu City. As for the Iron Hammer Federation, Lin Yuan already had plans to borrow Teray's Iron Hoof tribe to apply to the Iron Hammer dynasty to divide the territory and build a majestic city. When the majestic city was built, the Iron Hammer Federation's people would want to explore the forbidden area. They would definitely rest in the city built by the Iron Hoof tribe. If Lin Yuan could control Nanmu City again, then the Iron Hammer Federation and the Divine Wood Federation would have any plans for the forbidden area. Lin Yuan would be able to know the news in advance and respond. Therefore, the moment he arrived at Nanmu City, Lin Yuan had the idea of controlling Nanmu City. If the Zhang family's request was helpful to his plan, Lin Yuan didn't mind helping the Zhang family. If the Zhang family's plan was different from his, Lin Yuan could completely suppress the Zhang family and help the Luo family rise. In the face of the walnut that Lin Yuan threw back, Zhang Tong hurriedly bowed and caught it. He was afraid that the sound of the walnut falling on the ground would attract Jian Li's attention. His father hadn't been able to tactfully reject the cooperation with Jian Li yet. If Jian Li knew that he was trying to rope in Lin Yuan, the Jian family would definitely become enemies with the Zhang family. Lin Yuan said that this reception was boring, which made Zhang Tong very anxious. Zhang Tong was still full of confidence. After all, he really couldn't think of anyone who would reject a gift of 2 or 3 million deep Brahmin coins. Lin Yuan's refusal made Zhang Tong panic for a moment. His request to Lin Yuan concerned the Zhang family's future. Once the opportunity slipped away, it would never come back. Zhang Tong steeled his heart and said frankly, "Young Master Lin, the Zhang family would like to discuss a cooperation with you." Young Master Lin, the Zhang family would like to discuss a cooperation with you. Young Master Lin, our Zhang family will provide resources for our Chamber of Commerce, and our Creation Master resources will all be at your service. Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan took out a pair of bronze/epic walnuts from the diamond face storage box. The vermilion walnuts rotated in Lin Yuan's palm and collided with each other, emitting a jade-like sound. Zhang Tong was stunned when he saw the walnuts that Lin Yuan had just taken out. "I can't be mistaken, right? This is actually a pair of bronze/epic walnuts." Zhang Tong originally thought that Lin Yuan wasn't interested in his walnuts because he didn't have the habit of playing with walnuts as a member of the Deep Brahmin Federation. He had given the wrong gift. Only now did Zhang Tong realize that Lin Yuan simply didn't like his gift. ABC, Chapter 1402. However, he didn't know that the pair of bronze/epic walnuts that Lin Yuan had taken out had been auctioned for a high price. Or was it because Lin Yuan had the resources of a Class 4 creation master that could nurture a bronze/epic walnut tree? Looking at Lin Yuan's luxurious clothes, Zhang Tong felt that the latter was possible. The Deep Enlightenment Federation's hidden aristocratic clans all had the habit of spending a lot of money to consecrate high-class creation masters. Zhang Tong was afraid and excited at the same time. If the Zhang clan's cooperation with the Jian clan was like asking a tiger for its skin, then cooperating with Lin Yuan was like asking for a living under a giant dragon. Asking a tiger for its skin, as long as there was an opportunity, one could still escape unscathed. However, if one were to make a living under a giant dragon, a single sneeze from the giant dragon would shatter one's body. Only a giant dragon like Lin Yuan could bring a bright future to the Zhang clan. While Zhang Tong was thinking, Lin Yuan said, "Class 3 creation masters aren't very useful to me. Compared to your Zhang clan's strength, I value Nanmu City more." Zhang Tong's expression froze when he heard Lin Yuan's words. Zhang Tong's expression froze when he heard Lin Yuan's words. Zhang Tong knew that Lin Yuan was expressing his stance. After clearly telling him that the Zhang clan's creation master resources weren't attractive, he also expressed what he really needed. Zhang Tong immediately said, "The Zhang clan is the strongest in Nanmu City. The 4 Class 2 creation master clans can only rely on our Zhang clan. The Zhang clan is the strongest in Nanmu City, and the 4 Class 2 creation master clans can only rely on our Zhang clan. To be honest, young Master Lin, our Zhang clan plans to clean up Nanmu City's resources next month and annex those Class 2 creation master clans. The Huang clan and our Zhang clan are in-laws, and they have long been on the same side as us. The Meng clan, Li clan, and Luo clan were originally targets to be cleaned up. The Luo clan's Luo Ya is on good terms with you, so our Zhang clan will definitely treat the Luo clan well." Zhang Tong wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Ji Feng, who was standing beside Lin Yuan. "Your Zhang clan's advantage is nothing in our young master's eyes. Since you know our young master is on good terms with the Luo clan, why do you think our young master will cooperate with your Zhang clan and not support the Luo clan? If our young master wishes for it, the Luo family's family head, Luo Da, will be able to obtain a pinnacle diamond fei tonight. He will be able to compete with your Zhang family's platinum/fantasy breed, corrosive, venomous snake flood dragon. Even if the Luo family has another Class 4 creation master, It will be a small matter for our young master. Your Zhang family chose to annex those Class 2 creation master clans for the sake of loyalty and didn't work together with them. As the young master of the Zhang family, I think you should be very clear about what our young master wants. Zhang Tong was so shocked by Ji Feng's words that he was momentarily speechless. Zhang Tong believed that Road would obtain a pinnacle diamond fei tonight. It was truly shocking that Lin Yuan could allow a Class 4 creation master to oversee the Luo family. Class 4 creation masters were all influential figures at the top of the clouds. When did Class 4 creation masters become so cheap? Zhang Tong glanced at his father, who was currently conversing with Jian Li, and gritted his teeth as he made up his mind. He spoke to Lin Yuan with a sincere tone. Young Master Lin, before the banquet, Father told me that I can make decisions on behalf of the Zhang family. My Zhang family is willing to submit to you. Just as Zhang Tong finished speaking, Luo Ye, who had been secretly watching Lin Yuan, walked over with a wine glass and said softly to Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, if you trust me, I can help you look after the Zhang family. Lin Yuan, if you trust me, I can help you look after the Zhang family. Lin Yuan had heard Luo Ye introduce the factions in Nanmu City. However, only the Zhang family, Huang family, and Luo family were participating in tonight's banquet. It turned out that the Zhang family was planning to make a move on the other two families and had already excluded them from Nanmu City's influence. Lin Yuan trusted Luo Ye, so he asked her to represent the Luo family to look after the Zhang family. With the two families supervising and restraining each other, Lin Yuan could easily control Nanmu City. Lin Yuan tossed the pair of bronze/epic walnuts to Luo Ye and Zhang Tong, respectively. Luo Ye and Zhang Tong were overjoyed when they received the walnuts. However, the two of them were overjoyed for different reasons. They weren't overjoyed because of the value of the bronze/epic walnuts. Zhang Tong was happy that Lin Yuan had accepted the Zhang family. The Zhang family would soar in the future. On the other hand, Luo Ye was happy that she had finally touched something that Lin Yuan's palm had touched. No matter what happened in the future, Luo Ye would treasure this walnut for the rest of her life. Lin Yuan said softly as he looked at Zhang Tong and Luo Ye, after the two of you clean up Nanmu City, I will make a pair of walnuts for the two of you. In the future, I will think of a way to have the Chamber of Commerce establish a branch in Nanmu City. For now, all you need to do is develop as before. After saying that, he turned around and left the banquet with Lu Jie and Maple. Looking at the night sky, Lin Yuan revealed a smile. From now on, Nanmu City would be under his control. Ji Feng, who had just returned to the treehouse, had a glint in his eyes. He said to Lin Yuan, Don't worry. Young master, I found the person you asked me to find, Ling Lian. According to your instructions, after Ling Lian found her, she has been secretly observing her and has not made any contact with her. Right now, she's eating the rotten fruit that she found in the trash can. There are many abrasions on her body, and one of her legs seems to be broken. In just an hour, the injury to her soul has acted up twice. Speaking up to this point, Ji Feng thought of himself. It could be said that this person was in the same situation as him. However, his situation in the Divine Wood Federation was much better than that of the woman who was struggling to survive in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan had expected Su Yiren to be in such a miserable state. The lives of ordinary people in the Shenmu Federation were already so difficult, let alone a scavenger like Su Yiren. After sleeping tonight, he planned to head to Oak City the next morning. Since Ji Feng's water lily had already found Su Yiren, there was no need for him to call her. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan would meet with the current Dark Envoy and experience the elegance of the current Dark Envoy. In the treehouse, Lin Yuan felt very comfortable at first, but late at night, because the plants would breathe out water vapor, the treehouse slowly became damp. Lin Yuan had no choice but to release Bai Lan and let her control the water vapor. Only then did the inside of the treehouse become dry again. After sleeping in the treehouse once, Lin Yuan expressed that he did not want to sleep there a second time. The next morning, after eating breakfast prepared by Lu Jie, Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Ji Feng were ready to embark on the journey to Oak City. However, Lin Yuan did not summon Blackie this time. Instead, he let Lu Jie and Ji Feng enter the treasure cave golden cicada's skin and stomach pouch. The hurricane owlet moths that Lu Jie had let the insect queen produce had already carefully arranged the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles on the road from Namu City to Oak City. These tentacles would automatically form tentacle nodes, and Lin Yuan only needed to use the node teleportation ability. He would be able to go back and forth between Namu City and Oak City in a short time. ABC